Ahem. This cannot be. Yeah, that's one of the funniest things ever, man. It's a little less funny when you know that he's just saying a boss voice line, but it is like 99% of people who saw that clip don't know that. This cannot be. Just insane. My wife immediately bought the shirt with "This cannot be" on it after the win. Wait, did we make a? Someone else made that, I'm assuming. Did we make that? I don't think so. It's the derp tee. Wait, they like live? Because I imagine they. Wait, where does it say it on there? It doesn't say it on there. And I don't see it on the store. Oh, it's on the shirt. There's two derp tees. I see. Ah, I see it at the bottom. That's cool. This cannot be. What we don't see is your face. All right, shit. Hello. Why'd you double ignore Driney? Guys, I promise you it's not on purpose. Wrong end boss wallpaper. I mean, did someone make a really sick Lura one? Let's check wallpaper engine, actually. Not on stream, though, because that is not safe, unfortunately. I mean, I kind of really doubt that. Here. Why not? Bro, there are some completely unhinged things on wallpaper engine. Here we go. Lura. I don't know exactly how you... Yeah, there's nothing on that. Nothing on wallpaper engine for Lura. Oh, wait. I was looking at my content. I need to go to Discover. Yeah, I still think nothing. Maybe no apostrophe? Oh, wait. Someone made one. It looks terrible, though. Here. I mean, this looks like maybe it's not super low quality. Okay, I clicked on it and it just didn't do anything. Oh, you have to subscribe to it. I see. Oh, no. Okay, that's technically not true. There we go. Nah, it's like low res. It's like the stuff is like animated low res or low frame rate or something. Yeah, let me find it. We had this one for a while. We had this one for many years. This one is crazy good. We had one for Dragonflight. This one was kind of nice, actually, for a while. Different vibe. Max, can you explain to us how you guys messed up gearing this race? Oh, we actually looked into that a little more because that was obviously a major question. Also, it wasn't a day more splits. Apparently, they did 8 hours of splits, and then we did splits, meaning like any combination of like gearing your character after reset, which some of that is not all splits, but apparently they did 8 hours of that and then pulled Baloran. We did 14 hours on day 1 and 2 hours on day 2, so basically double the amount of time. We did have more gear though, so eye level's like a little fake on the boss, and like we were kind of looking at the same thing. It's like, dude, how do they have the same gear as us? But basically, because of Mythic Splits week 1, every single player was able to get the Heroic Crest achievement. So basically, every player had the exact same gear. What you were able to get was Heroic achievement, which I think is 276, right? And then you had as many Mythic Crests as you could get to go higher than that. So basically, everyone's eye level was about the same because you had exactly the amount of Mythic Crest you had, and then every slot was bare minimum 276. So the eye level was basically identical. JB said you guys messed up and didn't get the Heroic achievement. As completely incorrect, yeah. But classic Echo casters referring to our guild at all and literally always getting it wrong. But yeah, that's completely wrong. But we did that, and then we looked at, so we simmed basically their characters and our characters simmed like higher, even though they were a little bit lower eye level. The reason for this is with running a little bit more splits and better itemized pieces, we had more like mythic items in important slots. Like for example, let's say after you craft weapon and maybe craft something else, you only have enough mythic crest to like even boost up a few pieces, right? There's a big difference between those pieces being like helms, chest, legs, big budget items, rather than maybe a trinket, rather than, you know, another slot. So we had like higher budget mythic items from doing more splits because we had better things to choose from our characters. But was that worth 8 hours of losing progression? Probably not, right? Like we still kill the boss on that pull. That's not exactly how progression works though, because like you have less stam all the time. You know what I'm saying? But so we did actually have more gear, but it was probably not worth the time. So I still think they geared better than us, but we didn't like throw gearing as much as I thought we did. Max, what would have you done different if you knew that Voidspire was as free as it was? More splits? Yeah, I mean, if we knew from the beginning of the week how easy it was, we would have, instead of just clearing it in one raid, we would have probably full cleared like 3 or 4 times on top of what we did. But like by the time we did that, we like put all of our eggs in the one raid basket, and then you can't like go back from that. So then after that, all we did was 4 out of 6s. But yeah, I mean, the thing is though, is like you don't have hindsight. You have to make these decisions in real time. That's also like whenever I'm, you know, gauging decisions we make either strategically or gearing or anything, I always, sometimes I'm like, man, we really missed this. But also, and sometimes that's true, but also sometimes whenever you're comparing yourself, usually who we compare ourselves to is Echo. It's hard to do that because sometimes, like every time, like when they're making their gearing decisions, they're making them under different circumstances. When they're making their strategic decisions, in a lot of cases, they're making them under certain circumstances. They not only have what they came up with, but they also know what we did, and they can pick the best things of both of those. And a lot of times, if you just look at the end of the tier, you're like, they did all this stuff that was really, really good. It's like, well, we're just not in that position. And maybe if we were, it wouldn't change much or something, right? It's just like really hard to actually compare. There's been times where I've really beat myself up actually, and then it's just like, it's kind of different. Echo had a great vibe after the race, and Q&A, they were in a good spot. Oh, I didn't see the Q&A, actually. I couldn't find it. I tried to find it on the Echo channel when I woke up today, but I couldn't find it. Maybe I just missed it. Why are you two so much better than Method? I think just like the entire network of like leadership and it's such a team effort. It's not the effort of a few people. I actually like really struggle with the fact that like I'm like the face of the guild, but I feel like I just don't deserve that credit. I mean, you also get like negative stuff that comes with that when you lose, but like I get way more credit than I deserve. Like this guild and Echo have such an insane network of like really smart people that all have very specific jobs that all really work together. And that takes many years of experience to cultivate that. And then on top of that, the player skill, like, dude, when us and Echo, I guess formerly, when they were formerly Method, were going at it for many years, we just, like, it was so top heavy. Like, over the course of a few years, just all the best players in the world just got stacked into, like, 2 guilds. And then basically every guild that's been third for many, many years, from Pieces to BDG to Method, has just been, like, I just feel like they're fighting such an unfair fight, right? Like, the other guilds have more resources. They have more fans. They have the ability to recruit your best player over and over again. Like, the Pieces spreadsheet on how many of their best players got recruited to our 2 guilds was, like, pretty crazy. They're fighting an unfair fight for sure. It's like so hard to like overcome that. And then like I think pure player skill, to be completely honest with you, is like there's like probably a pretty good gap. And it's just because like they weren't there in those years when all the top talent was just getting funneled into like 2 exact guilds. I have no idea how Method did, but I have actually no idea where Method is right now. Let's see. Wait, they're not even in P4? Did something like happen? Sorry, not even meant like bad, by the way. Like okay, so here's basically why I'm saying that. They like when Echo's trying to kill, like, this pull count is fake as fuck, right? Like when you're trying to kill a really, really hard boss after you've lost world first, and if you're Echo, that's the only thing that matters, like your motivation goes down, and like, bro, it's gonna take you forever to kill a boss like this. But like Method is in a way like motivated to get second. Second would be a massive gain for them. And they had the ability to wake up last night and potentially do that, and I figured they would maybe play better. But like maybe vibes are down. That's the only thing I can think of. Or they like had they did like late comp swamps, which by the way, that is something that you can out plan and not have that be the case, right? But like maybe they made some comp swaps pretty late, and then it's like relearning, plus you're already tired and vibes are down. It can kind of like death spiral on a boss that's this hard. The bear swap was rough for them. Really? That's really surprising. When we swapped to bear, we one shot into P4 in the last phase, and we wiped a single time to the third set of ads with no 3 DKs, which is the only thing you need a third DK for. Yeah, I mean, it might be a Yips diff. He's fucking insane, but like, it wasn't just Yips though. Like, for us to do that change, it required both Mistweaver monks, our elemental shaman, and both Aug evokers to make that grouping work without mass grip and without like an extra 2 death grips. So more of like an overall thing, but yeah, that's actually, I mean, that at least makes sense. Like a comp swap that didn't work out. Like we made this like when we were on Jailer, and we were still like on the last day of Jailer, we were clearly getting gapped by a lot, but before that we were still progressing pretty well. And we made a comp swap. It was like a healer swap, I think. And that just fucking ended us. Like, it was pure regression. And it was at the worst time. And, like, morale hit an all-time low. And it was just, like, a perfect storm that a comp swap solved. So I've definitely been in those shoes before. Maybe that's what it was, yeah. But that's actually really surprising that they didn't get into P4. or even really close, honestly. Like wiping at 2% in P3 is like not even close to seeing P4 because that's with people immuning and your whole raid dying, which you have to beat it 5 seconds even before that, right? Max now was just unreal, mentally checked out as well. He said he lost all motivation when we killed it. Yeah, that makes sense because like I think for like a lot of method players, getting second would be a big win, right? Like that's like you're trending in the right direction. You've achieved something that you haven't before. But for now, right, like second doesn't mean anything. It's also kind of an interesting thing in that guild where I wonder if that's maybe something that is weird for that guild to deal with because I bet they have a lot of players that are like unproven and like obsessed with proving themselves in the guild by getting second or doing as well as they can. And they also have a fair amount of players that are like from Echo that have won multiple times. And you can't like convince those people to get hyped up for something that isn't first. Like that's just not real. So like I wonder if it ever is weird in that guild trying to deal with both of those things. It sounds like it would be hard to deal with. Echo and Method need a restructuring if they ever want to stand a chance. All right, hold on. There's literally no way you watched this race and the last race and think that Echo needs to like majorly change something to win. Like they could have done both of those things. That's so unfair. Do you think it's also a 21-man diff between you and Scripe? I saw 2 different postures as body language if we compare you and Scripe. No, I have no idea. I actually think I am not as good as the Roger plus Scripe combo. Like, I think those two together are definitely better than me. I don't think that's their issue at all, at least in terms of strategy. And it's really hard to gauge that, again, because, like, I look at things they do and I'm like, oh, that's really smart. And there was a lot of stuff this race that they stole from us and we stole from them. But every time I see them do something, I'm like, God, that's so smart. That was like such a good strategic decision. I wish I would have done that. But also why I've stopped like beating myself up about it so much is like I'm in a lot of those cases not in the situation where I have the idea of what we could do and what they already did, which is sometimes how they make their decisions. But late on a boss, like late in this raid, that wasn't true. Like we were taking from each other. But yeah, they're really good. Is Boomy real? How is he so good and adaptable? Oh yeah, Boomy's great. Scripe mentioned Liquid's split strategy sucked compared to theirs. What was the diff? So I actually thought this as well. I thought we like hard through by losing a whole day of progression, but I was missing a bit of information. So it was not an entire day. It was like 8 hours, which again is a lot of time. But we did actually end up with better gear. Like we spent a lot of time on that this morning, actually looking at, we simmed both of our rosters, and made sure like, because like the eye level being around the same or a little higher is like super fake, because I know I kind of mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but obviously this person wasn't here. Everyone's eye level, our whole raid had the heroic achievement, and then our whole raid had as many mythic crests after that point as possible, which outside of mythic pieces that drop above 1 out of 6 myth track, you're gaining very, very small amounts of eye level. And by doing extra runs, we definitely had better slotted items to spend crests on slightly. But was that worth 8 hours of progression? No. But I think saying it was like massively worse is also not seeing the full picture. You guys been moving like prime LeBron lately? I will say something that's very impressive is like, I'm really proud of how we showed up on multiple days this tier and on Dimensius. Where like, dude, waking up and and knowing that your opponent, who's very good, can kill the boss, and they're currently lower than you, and then ignoring that pressure and then beating them to the end point 3 times in a row, the Demencius day, the secret phase day, and the kill day, all 3 of those, we woke up very behind and outpaced them after the day started. That is extremely hard to do. And your players have to be like fucking mentally built crazy different to be able to do that. And they're now, you could never convince them that they can't because they've just done it so many times in a row, which is really good for confidence going forward. It's so hard to know that until you do it. It's very, very good. Max, is your guild going to give Mythic Plus a go this season? So if you guys watched the last MDI, we like put together like a liquid team basically for the first time ever where it was like just straight up our best players were involved with it and like going super hard at it. And they did really well. They came in second, but like it was them and Missed Count, who won, who was insane. It was them that were like playing at the same level. They lost by like a few seconds to them. And this was their first, is it called the TGP MDI? It's their first MDI as a team. And Missed Count's been like around for a while. So basically they just showed major upside. And it was really exciting. And if you follow the MDI, it's like, it was really cool. I got bad news. Not like super bad news, but like, okay, so time trials start in a week, and all of these players just got done playing WoW nonstop all day, every day since the end of February for early access. And I was in a channel with them the other day, and they were like talking about, not like hardcore talking about it, but being like, hey guys, how does it feel to take less than a week off and go straight back into all day, every day, months straight of all day, every day MDI practice, which is what you would need to do to compete. And if you wouldn't be able to expect it, the burnout from this race is very real. This is the most effort any of these players have put in, and they're very over it, understandably. And they don't want to get released from one prison and put right back into another. So I kind of doubt they're going to do it. I'd be surprised if, honestly, any Race to World First player does the MDI, at least the one upcoming here. Now, the issue, though, is by doing this MDI, you can qualify for, like, a LAN at BlizzCon, which is really cool. But it's just the timing is so bad. Max, is Burnout more than Sepulcher? I think it's different, but it does seem so, yeah. Like, none of these players wanted to do this much prep. Like, fully preparing 16 characters, or sorry, 20 characters, 16 hours a day for like a month and a half is just, it's so fucking lame. It's what is required to compete, which is super lame, but, you know, no one likes it. It's the worst it's ever been in that regard. Max, are you going back to BlizzCon this year? Yeah, I would assume so. I love going to BlizzCon. I've been to like, I mean, I think I I've maybe missed a year one time since when they've had it since like 2012. When hockey, I just got back. Max, yesterday you mentioned that a specific person made the guild 10% better. Who is that? Hippie, I think is who I said that about. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, he he is a fucking monster, man. Just you ask him for something, it's instantly ready. It always works. Uh, the communication, like teamwork, problem solving, he works really well with another like tech creator that we have. It was just a complete breath of fresh air, and I am like, with how close this race was, I'm pretty sure we would have lost if he wasn't here. Just straight up, he had insane tech. Like that memory game tech was fucking beast. And Echo, I don't believe had that ready. They basically made it when they saw what we were using. What they were using was not that. Um, and it was just so smart. There's a lot more people involved with that than just Hippie, but I mean, like, yeah, he was like very impressive. Max, have you taken a look at logs on stream yet? Curious how AUG did compared to other classes. AUG is extremely broken. It's like the best class in your raid on every fight. If we wanted more boss damage, the first thing we would do is swap in a third AUG. Think about that. It's fucking insane. It's so good. Max, do you miss playing and raid leading at the same time? Would you want to do it again if the game allowed it? I mean, it does allow it. Like we could do it. And not. It's only a few expansions ago where I was doing that full time. We'll never go back to it because there's no way they would realistically ban doing it. Right? How the fuck would you do that? And it's just too good. It's just super overpowered. Like basically, when you're raid leading in game, is you are hopefully a good enough player to when you are purely playing your character in your peripheral vision and your main focus is raid leading the guild, you are still acceptable in whatever guild rank you're in. Most people do this the opposite way, where they try to be as good as they can be, and then they raid lead after that. But you're just actually 100% a shitty raid leader if that's like your priority. And why would you ever take that concession if you can have someone in the raid instead of you that's fully focused on playing the game, and you can be outside the raid and be a way better raid leader because you also don't have to be worrying about that. It's not even an argument. Like, it's just insane. Max, I thought Echo was better in P1 pre-Glaive's nerf, but you were way better at P3 and P4. Yeah, I think that was because, like, okay, so P1 is a phase, and I think you guys would agree with this, that you were getting through P1 with really high consistency for multiple hours, and then, like, you can have multiple hours where you go bad. We were, the night before the nerf, we went to bed being out of P1, like 50, 60% of the time over a 2 to 3 hour period. It was insane. We were fucking blasting P1. But before in that day, we would throw in P1 because that's just kind of how that phase was before they nerfed it. And after, by the way. And then we woke up, and they were having a hot streak as well. And then the nerf came in, and then the narrative is, oh, well, this sucks for EU because they were way better at P1. And that's just like, I just don't even know how you could have that. They were like figuring out P2 really well. They were doing P2 way better than us. Their P2 strat was great. But as far as getting out of P1 the previous night, we were great. I think it was just the narrative of the people creating the narrative, basically. Like, oh, this is so fucked for us. And I mean, I do feel for EU. Like, basically the only time Blizzard has done any nerfs in the last, I mean, a long time, has been like early in the morning Pacific time when they wake up and go to the office, which is right when we start our raid, and it's a few hours from theirs ending. That is always going to feel bad. But also, I don't know a time where Blizzard can nerf bosses and like everyone or even kind of feels good about it. Like someone's going to feel like they're getting fucked. But what they did was nerf P1 after our guild had pulled it 180 times and their guild had pulled it 195 times. We've spent basically the same amount of time in the phase that was nerfed. I I can understand it being at the beginning of our day and feeling bad about that, for sure. But I think their complaining about nerf timing is really overblown. All of us look side-eyed at that for sure. They blow that way out of proportion, and their fans are super annoying about it. And yeah, I'm just, and also like, I promise you, you've never had a worse nerf timing than us. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Is there any toxicity this race? I usually stay off of like social media mainly. Sometimes at night before I go to bed. I don't think so. I mean, there's always like fans for both teams that are horrible to each other and horrible to us, but they get pretty quickly banned. You know, there's a lot of people who like are in chat and like when the other guild is wiping low, they're like, "Oh, Echo's at 10%. Oh, Echo might kill." Those people aren't. I don't think are being toxic. They're just like excited. I don't think there is a lot of talk. It used to be much more toxic in like BFA for sure. Like literally their like biggest streamer was just like slandering us every single day. Like we hated the fuck out of that guy and them at the time for that. Now I think mostly there's very little toxicity. There's definitely players I'm sure that they don't like in our guild, and there's certainly a player that we do not really like in their guild. But other than that, like it's very like cordial. I mean, I literally tried to call Roger. I was driving home from hockey today, and I literally called Roger on Discord. I think he's probably asleep or something, but like, you know, it's fine. Max, as a Liquid fan, this race would be so boring without Echo. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Said that a lot. Max, do you enjoy the drama comments post race? I mean, I honestly haven't seen any. Max, talk about Presevoker. In what way? I don't really know what to say about it. Oh, you know what we should do today? We should review your all's pre-raid raid comp predictions. That'll be fun. And then also, let's review our pre-raid all classes tier list to see how right we got. And by the way, y'all better be ready to apologize to fucking Ellesmere. I'll say it right now. This is always the case with a few of these people, but they come on those things and they're very honest, and you guys all think they're sandbagging. And Ellesmere said Paladin is fucking mid as fucking raid, and it was even worse than that. And all of you, including Jack, on my stream were slandering that man's name and saying he was like fucking full of shit, and he was exactly right. So remember that the next time you guys are super upset that like the person that actually knows what they're talking about isn't agreeing with your narrative that a class is better than you think it is, right? Like, Holy Paladin is dog shit. By the way, how they did not buff Holy Paladin before Heroic Week, before Mythic Week. But dude, after Mythic Week 1, no Holy Paladin buff. What is even happening? They are probably the single worst spec in the game at what they are attempting to do, right? Like healing or damage or whatever. And that is the one class not getting changed. How is it possible? Are they like really good in like PvP or like Mythic Plus or something? Like what causes them to be so bad and them not be buffed? I don't even understand. It's not like Holy Paladins are like a... You know what can happen a lot of times? Is classes that have a not very vocal community can be dog shit, and Blizzard will never change it because, as you could probably imagine, squeaky wheel gets the grease. If you are constantly complaining that your class isn't good enough and you're not wrong, you're going to have a higher chance of being buffed than if you don't have people who cry a lot. So, I mean, I know this is really insufferable, but like you should just cry all the time if your class is bad because you just have a higher chance of it getting nerfed. And like Holy Paladins cry so much, dude. Like they actually will not shut up, and they're still not getting buffed. It makes no sense. Like I don't know if you could kill these bosses with a Holy Paladin, man. Like, they're fucking terrible compared to other healers this tier. And that's including a tier where the supposed second to last boss in Illyria and the last boss have a massive single target healing requirement on very select people, which, by the way, isn't that like Holy Paladin's entire bit? Isn't like massive single target healing on the healing absorb on Illyria? Like, Holy Paladins are better than that, are better at that than everyone. And they're still not good enough to even be considered. Like, not even considered. Crazy. Max, do you think looking forward, Blizzard will have more secret phases? Yeah, it's interesting because this raid, I mean, that was just the biggest Race to World first moment ever. The clip of our secret phase has more views than our kill, which was a day later. The thing that actually matters. It was everywhere. I got texted about it from a lot of my friends that don't even play WoW. It was very widespread. It was very culturally relevant. But that being said, it can't happen. That thing that happened 2 days ago can't happen if they make secret phases all the time. Like, they made a secret phase, we data mined it, we knew about it, and then I literally said on stream 95% chance there's a secret phase, and then they made a boss so hard that even we completely did not believe that there would actually be a secret phase because it would be fucking insane to make you kill that boss, and then it's not over. That's how, like, just so many things had to go this direction, because really our reaction to the secret phase is a large part of why it was so interesting to watch, because we actually thought we won and we were devastated that it was not over. And that is, that made that moment what it was. Not to mention, it also happened to be Easter Sunday. You're talking insane RNG, like crazy fucking RNG. Dude, can you imagine how cool it would have been to be in like I'm sure there was a watch party or like a Discord call or something with all the people who knew about this that create bosses at Blizzard, just watching us and Echo get low and all these casters talking about who's going to win the race, and all of them know on fucking Easter Sunday that this boss is about to go to 1 billion HP again after that happens. That must have been the most hype group chat of all time. Like, they had to have been going, like, popping the fuck off in there. Like, that would have been insane to be a part of that. And yeah, I don't know, man. Like, that, it was sick. But the thing is, though, is secret phases are not normal, and secret phases that we don't know about are basically unheard of. Just gonna give you a little tidbit of information. Every single secret phase that has happened since I have been raiding, we have known about it before it happened, and we were positive it was going to happen. It was data mined. They're way better at data mining now. Most of the stuff was server-side scripts on how these things worked, where you couldn't really data mine it. They got a lot better at hiding it, and the boss had to be hard enough that even though we knew it was there, like, what the fuck could reintegration even be, right? Like, we knew it was there, but we had still convinced ourselves that it wasn't going to happen. Obviously, you don't even need to hear me say this. You can tell from our reaction. Clearly, we thought it was over. And that reaction could not have been that way if we had data mined it like every other secret phase. So it was pretty special. But also, if they do this next tier, and if they do this the tier after that, so maybe the better way to look at it is, like, if they did this on Dimensius, or if they did this on Ansarek or something, it wouldn't have made this moment what it was. Everyone was like, what the fuck is happening, right? And that can't be the case unless this is very rare, right? It has to be random and it has to be rare. So as far as like whether they keep doing it, I don't know. But it was definitely cool. It's cool that we won. I will tell you that if we lost this race, I would have very negative feelings about that secret phase. I'm being completely honest with you. Like, bro, we end up like killing what everyone thought was the end of the boss. And then we end up fucking progressing the whole day, learning the secret phase for our opponents. We go to sleep, wake up, and we've lost. Bro, actually blow me the fuck up. That very likely could have happened, right? And I'm so happy that did not happen. And then and then the only thing that will remain from this race is a clip of me that is, by the way, has more views than like any Race to World First win. Is us celebrating a race that we lost. Humiliating. Like, I'm fucking Jesus Christ, thank God we won. Like it oh my God. Oh my God. It would have been the only time a guild found the secret phase and then lost. True, right? We saw Nazoth first and we won. Echo saw Jailer first and they won. Exorcist saw Gul'dan first and they won. Did Exorcist see Gul'dan before see Gul'dan Secret Phase before Serenity? I actually don't know that. I could ask Renako, he was in Serenity, but the race wasn't streamed at that point, so that kind of makes sense. Like, in fact, it actually sounds likely to me that in the era of streaming the Race to World First, I would say more often than not, the team that gets to the secret phase first would actually lose. Because, like, if there's anything that streaming your progress hurts you, it's giving away information that another team could not, at that point, have obtained on their own, especially when they are asleep. And showing a literal phase is, like, the most extreme version of that. Like, you are giving them infinite information. You are saving probably hours of time, just straight up. Logs would have helped a little bit more because I imagine they didn't know. One thing that we knew about the phase that they didn't until they woke up and got there themselves is like what the actual damage check of the phase was, because the only way you could know that is by having logs of how much damage the light did to Lura. So that was at least important. I honestly think if they had known that, I don't know if they would have gone with the comp swap that they did and have some relearning, because you want to know why we went to bed and we were like, we fucking lost? Because we knew how free the fucking phase was. We got to that phase with everyone alive 5 times and killed it in P4. Like, it's a free as fuck phase. Damage, like everything wise, honestly. It's just the reason it's hard is it happens so late into the boss. Like, if you were to hit a pull 10 and be able to start in P4, us or Echo is getting that 100% down with 0 mistakes in less than 3 pulls. It's not hard. But I mean, it is hard. It's not hard standalone, but I mean, it's hard because like you get to the last phase and then you're nervous and you're also exhausted and you've been fucking mentally locked the fuck in for 10 minutes to even get there. Like, dude, just getting to the secret phase of this boss is one of the hardest bosses ever. Like, think about that. It's fucking crazy, right? And then you have to do something else where if you move a pixel in the wrong direction with these little star splinters, everyone's dead. Bro, everyone really dislikes Gingy. Did I miss the lore? Yeah, I actually kind of didn't understand that either. Like, we obviously have had many circumstances where, like, I mean, this, by the way, please don't, like, feed off of this. I don't want to feed more into him getting, like, shit on and stuff. Because this doesn't matter that this is the case. You should not be parasocial with us or really anyone. But, like, obviously we do not like him at all, especially for the fired up thing. Like, we will never fuck with that guy ever after that. But I don't understand why he's getting dunked on so much on the internet. Like, he's like, dude, I read multiple tweets where they're like, turns out the biggest DPS increase is sitting Gingy. Turns out, or like, fucking this guy solo fucking works for Liquid and like solo inted them. And like, that is like not, like, I just don't even understand. Like, when is the narrative that Gingy's a bad player? Gingy's like one of the most accomplished WoW players ever, right? Across Raid and Mythic Plus. What did he say about fire? If you don't know about that situation, I'm not going to bring it up because I don't want you guys to like piggyback off of it and be weird about it. That's not the point. I'm just like being real with you. I do not want you guys to act on our behalf at all. Like, how we feel about something is not relevant to you. Oh, let's see. Max, the secret phase made both guilds so much money. Dude, yeah. We probably got our job saved by that, low-key. The first week was horrible for viewership, and Yeah, having 2 straight days with like 100K concurrent viewers is like insane. That yeah, bro, if this race would have been like week 1 and week 2, it had so many lasting things. Not to mention, is it terrible for business, and we would have lost probably over $100,000. These events are very expensive, and not only that, but we would have probably lost a lot of good players. Can you imagine like these players prep more than they ever have before, and then it's all for bosses that are like kindergarten level? Like they would be like, why are we even playing the game? Right? It would have had. I honestly think. I don't know if the race will ever die, but it would have been significantly hurt if they would have fucked week 2 up of this race. Max, is that number inflated a bit? I know I had both streams open the whole time you guys were both progressing. I don't know. I know that viewership between them was swinging massively when one team would wipe and one team weren't. So I think not everyone was doing that. But also Twitch has some things in place that a lot of people confuse. If you guys have ever heard someone say like lurkers don't count for your viewer count, that's like totally fucking made up, by the way. But what they're referencing is if you have like multiple stream tabs open unmuted, or like in a different tab, like it will not count the one you're not actively watching. Like they fixed the like muting the tab thing. So like I think a lot of that isn't counted for, but I would think logically that like if you're caring about the race and everyone's here for this event and it's hype because you're watching both teams, how would you not have them both open, you know? Like I don't yeah, I don't know. Also YouTube had a lot. Max, do you think Blizzard pumped those bosses up during the first week when they realized it was too easy? I think that's not even arguable. The answer to that is yes. Not to mention, for the first time ever, they increased a boss's loot pool to reflect its new difficulty over the reset. They buffed Bellerin loot to 3 out of 6 to 4 out of 6 mythic, which is only true of 2 other bosses, Illyria and Lura. And like I mean, yeah, but like without question, the answer to that is yes. Max, so you're in hindsight, you're happy with them emergency buffing Midnight Falls. I don't even know if it was an emergency buff. I still think people get that wrong. Like, we have fought bosses before that were buffed as much as Baloran and Midnight Falls were buffed. We read those notes and then we pulled the boss and the boss died in 10 pulls. And it's because the number before that was so low. But the number before a boss is released is completely irrelevant because no one is pulling it at that time. So any buffs or nerfs before something is released is just final tuning numbers. Or maybe they were waiting for more information to actually tune it. And I think like the whole narrative was like, oh my God, they're buffing these. And I mean, it ended up being that they were obviously very hard and harder than they probably originally would have been. But that's not, it's correlation, not causation, right? It's not because of those emergency buffs or whatever. Like that's just, that happens like to pretty much every boss we pull after the first 3 or 4, every raid tier. Max, do you think that you are getting worse as a raid leader the longer it's been since you were a player in the raid? No, but I don't know, maybe. Who knows? Um, Max, is there any concern for you as a guild leader that your raiders might get complacent after winning 4 in a row? Concern? No. Because like it's kind of insane for them to prep as much as they are just to show up to a tier and not like give it their all. It's just, it doesn't really make sense. I'm not concerned about it, but I do know that there will be that. Do you think that the guild that's won 4 times in a row is going to compete harder and care as much as the team that's lost 4 in a row? Like the versions of ourselves that has lost 3 raids in a row, which by the way, has happened to us. You can't simulate wanting something that bad versus being used to winning. It's impossible. So we are absolutely more complacent than our multiple time losing in a row versions of ourselves in this alternate reality. But it's not by a lot, right? But I mean, it's a thing. It's how humans are. It's check every major sport, right? Like when people even have the same roster after they win a few times, you simply, it's first of all, it's so hard to do that. And second, it's just impossible to replicate the same level of caring because you're a human, you know? So I don't know. I mean, I sure hope that doesn't end up being the case where we just think no one can beat us and then we lose a race and we're losers for 6 months and that feels terrible. But yeah, I mean, we all really care a lot, so I think we'll always prepare well, but yeah. Max, with a weak start and a strong finish, how would you rate the race overall compared to previous ones? I don't think I can relate this race to any previous race. Like the first week was complete dog shit, and the second week was one of the most insane things to ever happen to me. And I don't like. It's so hard to even find a middle ground between that because they just felt like two different things. Like I'd never want to do a mythic split again. I never want to take 4 days off after we start and having to get players to like really refocus again. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm actually really happy. I mean, obviously, but also I'm really excited that like the viewership was really high again in week 2. Like I thought after week 1, even if week 2 was a banger, just people would have tuned out and stopped caring. But clearly that is not true. Like those viewership numbers were insane. Actually insane. So and for a long period, for like 2 days, right? So I'm really glad that the first week wasn't a total turnoff. Max, your new members seem to really own. How do you feel about your new additions this tier? Yeah, I mean, you said it. They're good. I don't know what else you want me to say about that. The casters had some really good filler. Yeah, I called my mom today and she mentioned like some kind of cams thing where he was like a wannabe caster or something and he like logged on my computer and like put a virus on it. And I haven't seen that, but it just sounded fucking crazy. She loved it. Max, any concern that Liquid's continued dominance could hurt the viewership? Until Echo is no longer competitive or gives up, which won't happen, they're just too good for that. I don't think it would ever matter now. Like, we've seen it before. Like, when we've lost a few in a row, we notice that the narrative starts to shift from us being like when we were losing a lot in a row, people, like, wanted us to win so bad. Like, the consensus was like, dude, I just want Liquid to win. And then after we've won multiple in a row, it kind of swaps. It's like, please, I want Echo to win. And it's just, people just want something new, right? But I don't think that interest goes away. It just shifts from one guild to another sometimes between, like, fans. But yeah, I mean, I don't, also, like, what the fuck do you want me to do about that? Just throw a race so it's, like, more interesting for the viewers? Fuck that. People want actual competition. Bro, I don't know if you've watched the last 2 races and think there's not competition, but you are crazy as fuck. I was certain that we lost both of them. So like I'm me. So like I don't know how you could possibly think that. Max, Yargi was incredible, but clearly at times struggled with consistency. Did he do enough to stay with Liquid? Yeah, Yargi was good. Struggle with consistency? I mean, he did have some deaths in P1, but I don't think he ever really reacted poorly to it. You want to know something that's really interesting about Yargi? Bro, he made Mark have the best tier of his fucking life. I don't know if it's like Mark, certain players are different. Like, I think Mark really does well with someone else, like, bounce ideas off of, as I think most players would. But like, I think like Mark, I don't know, maybe just didn't feel. I mean, this is I'm totally just making this up. Like none of this could be true. But like, I wonder if maybe Mark saw Yargi joining as like some competition for his raid spot and just like locked the fuck in. Like this is Mark played so fucking nuts this raid. He was insane. He was like one of our best players by a lot. And I find that interaction. I haven't talked to him about this yet, but I don't know if there's any correlation with that. Not to say that like he normally wouldn't play. I mean, he's really really good. It's just like he definitely was on a different level this raid, and this raid was fucking hard. So I, yeah, I don't know. I find stuff like that interesting. Kind of makes me want to do that more often. I mean, you can't like manufacture that though. You have to like if that is actually true, and I'm not just projecting all of this, like you would have to recruit someone that would actually genuinely make that player, you know, be like, I need to like lock in. You know, you can't like that. That's not true of everyone. Yargi has good PR. You guys are talking about MVPs are spelling Chungus hole wrong. Yeah, Lip had a really good raid. Atlas had an amazing raid. He did so good on Illyria and Bellerin. I mean, yeah, a lot of players did really well. A Shine played through like the most ridiculous circumstances. He was like having the worst sleep of his life. He like we almost wanted him to go to the doctor. Like he was just so fucked. And we were giving him time to like sleep during the day if he could, and he ended up still just pulling through. Max, who got sick on kill day? Oh, Walllife, I think. Yeah, Walllife. We literally had to take a break because he was feeling ill, like while we're like potentially could lose at any moment. And obviously, I mean, you have to do that. Like if one, like I'm pretty sure he was like very sick and still playing through that and playing really well. Pretty sure he topped in the last phase or P3 maybe. Max, are you worried that Scott might Brexit with the other Euro players he has recruited? Some new Race World First drama, face with tears of joy emoji. But are you like, that sounds like an AI chat. There's no way you're real. That cannot be a real question. Max, I don't know much about the world first race, but would a balanced druid make the kill harder if you would replace a hunter? On that specific fight, yeah, because you need 200's marks in P3. I think balanced druid is like okay. I haven't actually looked at like all boss statistics or anything, but definitely we were not ever considering playing balance this tier, except for maybe if dragons was hard. I think balanced druid would have been quite good, but probably still not better than a lot of other things. We had our raid comp, our pre-raid raid comp on Vanguards and Dragons, if we really needed boss damage, had a lot of fucking hunters in it. I believe 8. If they made Dragons hard, if they made Vanguards hard, we would have played 8 hunters. That's fucking insane. Mark, Yargi, Trill, Splat, Shay, Wolf, Anarchy, 7. That's 7. I think we had one more. Maybe it was 7. They were all like fully geared too. Max, are you overall happy with how this tier went? Yeah, we won. 95th percentile, all bosses mythic. Wow, Devourer is way... I mean, Devourer's sick, but this seems like a specific boss or something is taking them over the top. Yeah, this one makes sense. Dragons make sense. Vanguards make sense. Crown of the Cosmos is a meme fight. Chimeras makes sense. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's just like, I mean, their single target isn't great though. Like their damage to bosses is, it's just, it's fine, right? It's not like super top tier, but they just do all of their damage cleaves around the boss or a large part of it. And that's just a super broken niche. I tweeted about that today. There's going to be a tier. There's not many specs where this is true. Where you could probably play more than 4 of one spec. Devour is a class that excels at its niche enough to potentially do that in the future. There are some classes like this. I guess it's technically true of any spec if they just happen to be doing like 10% more single target than any other class. But that's like pretty rare and can kind of happen to anyone. It's very rare actually that ends up being true. Like I think most recently, the most recent that was true was Windwalker in Liberation of Undermine. But even Og, like Og gets weaker the more you bring of it, right? Because you're starting to buff other Og evokers, right? But it's still really good. But yeah, there's few classes like this. Some examples are probably Windwalker with PI right now, if you had to do like a burn phase of something, which was obviously relevant on Baloran. Frosty K with current tuning has like one of the best raid profile, or not with current tuning, but like has one of the best raid profiles with its current design. It's currently just tuned really low. Arms Warrior 2-target cleave is certainly powerful enough to be in a position where you could stack 1 million of them. Marksmanship Hunter, obviously we literally did it this tier on multiple encounters. So they're up there with their current design. I will also say Unholy. I feel like Unholy's tankiness, their inability to be moved, they cannot be moved against their will. They have insane mobility, and they're easy as fuck, can play at range. I feel like melee classes, like I guess Rep Paladins a little bit, and then Unholy DK that can do most of their rotation away from their target is so much more broken than you think it is. Like as a melee, what makes a melee fight hard is you have to do all these mechanics. Not every melee fight is hard, but the ones that are hard is like it's challenging you to like maintain boss uptime while dodging things. Perfect example. Melee are way harder on Lura because it turns out seeing a glaive come through the boss's melee is a lot harder than range because you have less time to react to it. Range, it's a lot easier because it's easy to dodge every glaive you see, but it's really easy for glaives to come out of a direction you are not seeing, like the boss, which melee are right next to. However, if you're like a good melee, what makes you good is your ability to do all those things while maintaining uptime. Do you know how much easier the game gets when your choice to live is like, oh, I actually can get off the boss and not lose damage? It's just, I'm just going to make up a number, but like every mechanic is just like 30% easier or something because you just don't have to think or care about that. Max, why does your Raiders use bigwigs and not DBM? We work with bigwigs, and we have a bigwigs developer that like creates custom timers for us in progression. Like we use Blizzard timers usually when we first walk up to a boss, but then over time we like make our own versions of the timers, so we can add our own timers, customize them however we want, and have some tech work off of them, which you couldn't do with default Blizzard timers. And we just do that with bigwigs. We actually used to do this with DBM, but we just use bigwigs now. Max, any thoughts on how China progressed this tier? No. I have literally no idea what China is doing at all. Although I did find it very funny that we started Mythic Splits on Chimeras on the second day of the first reset. And we killed Chimeras world first. Which we said before the tier would be extremely unlikely for us to do that because someone could just go in there right away and kill it and we were going to do splits for a day. No one did. We go in on the second day and we get world first on Chimeras, and a Chinese guild gets world second on it within like 30 minutes. I think it was 15 minutes. And if we had just decided to start our splits and do a little bit more Mythic Plus, start our splits a little later, or just do it in a different order, total random, right? The Chinese team, there's a bounty from NetEase and like that's been accumulating over many years, and it's for them to get first in Hall of Fame. And they clarified before this race that it would count for any of these 3 raids. So like one of these Chinese guilds like rushed Dream Rift to make around $200,000 US equivalent. And we beat them by 15 minutes on accident. Bro, that's gotta feel so bad. They could have just let us know and we could have split that shit. Easily wait for 100K. All good. Who gives a fuck about Dream Rift? Max, assuming I'm Exile quits WoW, do you think Peekaboo could join Liquid and be an insane Race World first player? I don't know how good Peekaboo is at PvE, so I have literally no idea. But I like Peekaboo. I've hung out with him in LA at a few parties. This has been many years now. But I think Peekaboo's a fucking beast at PvP, so maybe he... I mean, I would think Peekaboo's a good enough gamer that if he ever, like, fully locked in on PvE and it was his favorite, his, like, number one thing, he probably is a good enough gamer to do this if he put enough time at it, for sure. Also, I feel like Peekaboo would be a crazy vibe guy. But yeah, so basically, like, when you're doing anything that's competitive at the highest level, it's really, really hard to do it at the very, very highest level unless it's your number one thing. It's actually usually why a lot of players end up falling off of Race World First rosters as they get older, and this is true across a lot of esports as well. It's not usually reaction time. It's usually a passion gap. Like, usually when you were at your best, this was your favorite thing in the world, and you have to love it to be that good at it and care that much. And then at some point you get older and maybe you have a girlfriend or a wife or a family or a child, or maybe you just have moved on and other things are more important to you. And at that point, if your esport or sport or whatever is competitive enough, you can't do it anymore because you are just simply going to get gapped by someone else who is more eager and more driven and cares about that more than you do, and you will not be as good as them. There's literally no fucking way. It's just too hard to be that good at something. And so, like, could Peekaboo just join a Race World first team right now and not give a fuck about it and be good enough? No, but I do think seems like he's good enough to where if he were to, like, actually, like, really devote a ton of time to it and it became his number one thing, he probably could, yeah. It is nice having people that are good at PvP in the guild, though. Like, we had to do a little bit of PvP for prep before Heroic Week, or I think maybe even at the end of Heroic Week. And just if anyone's just like not like, man, I don't really like PvP, you just like throw them on a quick 2s or 3s team with Trill, and he just actually solos the other team. It's so easy. Max, you have some YouTube chatter shitting on hockey. Okay, I don't care. Let's check YouTube chat. What's up? What's up, YouTube? Honk. Oh, dude, Guzzy's still here. Yeah, I haven't seen you all in a little bit. I mean, I barely have any chats open during the race. I mean, I have no chats open, unless it's like an ad read or something. But yeah, what's up? We don't claim that guy. Yeah. Oh, 1 second. I'm getting a call. Alrighty. I'm back. Sorry, that was the vet about Reptar's lab results. Long story short, he's a fucking beast. He's a healthy little boy. Is he good? Yeah, I mean, he's just like an annual like check. Yeah, he's chilling. Max, why Ellie Shaman over Resto for the buff? Ellie didn't really have a good damage profile for this race. Ellie was good. Ellie had an absolutely horrible damage profile for fucking Voidspire. It was terminal. The fact that the other Shaman specs were so bad that we played Ellie and Voidspire is insane. But yeah, Resto Shaman wasn't really playable. Enhance is the worst it's been in years. Power-wise. I think its design is actually pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, Ellie was really, really good on Baloran because they did. But yeah, I mean, Ellie's like pure single target is great. I'm actually surprised to even see it down here. I would assume it's even higher than that. The problem is they just do like no cleave while doing it, which is hard to compare. Any reasoning behind Fired Up switching to Arcane the day before the kill? Yeah, Touch of the Magi sometimes on damage amps, which like the last phase of that boss, P3, like kind of is. It like double dips the damage amp because of the way Touch of the Magi works until they fix it. We had a feeling that would work. We tried it, and then it did work. And it was doing more damage on logs than Frost overall to boss damage. So that's why we did it. However, Fired Up said, he was like, I kind of want to play Frost. I feel like the damage isn't that different. And also, it's a lot easier, and I would play better. And I'm like, that makes sense. Cool. If you feel like it's a better choice, then you do it. He went back Frost, and then our boss damage increased, even though he was doing less damage on logs to the boss than his Arcane Mage was. And my only theory as to why this could be the case is that the Doravon theory is that maybe they're stealing Aug's damage. Like, when you look at a log with Augmentation Evoker, they try to attribute a lot of the damage that classes are doing to Aug, but some classes steal damage from Aug, and it's not perfectly logged. And I think that's what was happening. Because we were doing more damage with him playing a class that was doing less damage, which makes no sense. That's our only theory. Basically, Arcane was fake news on that boss. Max, what would it take for Method to level up their game and become more even with Echo? Did you get better? Could that have been attributed to swapping after having reps? No, I don't think so. Max, would you have played a Shadow Priest in the last boss if they could hit both bosses after they split in P3? Maybe. Shadow Priest is really good. It's just I don't think it's good for that boss. I also think Shadow Priest with Glaives in P1 would have felt very bad to play. Like, really bad. Actually, so bad. Max, do you think that pure DPS classes that lack raid buffs should be compensated by having the highest DPS on paper? No, that's like a hard way to... That's a hard way to solve that. It's a bad way to solve that problem. I think every class should have a raid buff that makes you want to play one of them in a raid if we're going to do this raid buff thing. My preference would be that there are no raid buffs and you could be more creative with your comps. But that's just not clearly not what we're doing and or ever going to do. So I think there's actually a lot of issues with that. Like, I actually currently hate what they do with DK. Their whole just dying on this hill that they won't just give them something that puts them in the raid. And then they're just like, okay, we're gonna make it so you always need grips on the last boss, which they have done that, right? Like, you needed DKs on the both of the last two bosses. In fact, you could argue it's a double raid buff on that boss because you've always needed not even just one but two of them. But it's only one boss. It doesn't have really any value in Mythic Plus, which is a major part of the game. And on top of that, here's what it means. So you're telling me every single end boss now is going to have some ads you group up on the boss and just get like some on-boss cleave? That's good. How else? How else are they going to... It's the only way DKs can be required. Isn't that going to get old? The same fucking bit every time we do an end boss? It's like, okay, some ads are spawning. Oop, you need a DK for this. Let's grip them under the boss. Like, why be so one-dimensional in your game design because you just have to die on this hill that they need to be gripping things specifically? Like, I can't get over how much I disagree with this decision. But, you know, I mean, it hasn't been the worst thing in the world. I just think it's going to get a lot more old than it is now. And pretty easy to do that. And then, yeah, and then or not Assassination Rogue, but just Rogue in general was pretty interesting this year. Like, they were tuned pretty poorly. I think they are getting buffed, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Rogue was just in such a bad spot this tier. And they got, I mean, maybe their raid buff is going to get buffed, though. Like, you guys saw what happened last year. Hunter got sat for one boss. Not even like for a long time. It was sat on the world first and second kill. And then it was in for every single other kill. And not only were they in, they were like the best class ever for that boss after P1 and P2 got nerfed. So, like, and then they got their raid buff buffed to an amount that is so insane that you need like another one anytime there's another target. It's so good. And then rogues come into this tier, and in the Void Spire, all the hard bosses, the damage like isn't attributed to the actual bosses, so it does nothing. Or they're just so poorly tuned that you couldn't bring them anyway. And obviously, yes, you could maybe solve it with the tuning. We played a rogue on the last boss. We almost sat it on the last day, by the way. And their raid buff is really good. Like, their raid buff, when it works, is insane. Like, 3% passive DR to your raid is extremely broken. It's so good. And imagine how poorly you have to tune them for us not to want that, or make your fight source all the damage from the environment so their raid buff just simply doesn't work. I don't know. Sitting Exile would have been so sad. Yeah, he's a beast. We have a lot of beasts, though. If Exile's in, not in, it just means we have another beast. Having a rogue in for kicks and stops. Yeah, but they don't really... You don't need, like, the way rogues stop things in PvE. What does Nada do? She works with the players to make sure they have everything they need as far as like supplements, vitamins. Anytime you're not feeling well, you have a headache. Her job is to make our players feel good during the race, and she's really good at that. They love her. Like, she is so good with them. Like, I think she really likes the team, and they love. She's like so good at her job. Yeah, get the creatine blast going. Why didn't you play Shadow Priest for any of the other bosses? We did. We played it on Illyria, right? Pretty sure. Yeah. I got proof. Max, why did Presevoker fall off for the last two bosses? I think part of it was like raid buff related. I mean, Evoker was definitely good. I mean, I think Evoker just like we were really high on Evoker going into the tier. We wanted to play like two of them, and then after Heroic Week, they did get nerfed, but like they were also just like not quite as good as we thought. And I think they also lost their raid spot to Mistweaver because like Mistweaver was like way better than we thought it was going to be. Like especially when that new Shaylun build started like getting popular. I think they just like kind of lost out to Mistweaver basically. There's also like Presevoker is good in very specific kind of fight designs. Like I don't think they're that good at like rot, but they're really good when your whole raid is just getting like chungus fucked every 20 seconds, like this boss. Like this boss, Presevoker is great for because just in especially on heroic, you just get your whole raid just gets nuked every like 20 seconds. They're just like the best healer at that. But that's not how a lot of bosses work, especially this tier. There's like a lot of bosses that require like strong single target healing specifically. That was a huge niche this raid. Max, why do you think Echo was playing two Resto Druids for Lura until they swapped the last day? Few theories. I think that probably the main one is that the hardest thing about that boss to heal is like keeping the seed players alive. And they're probably the best healer at that specifically, like that amount of targets and just making sure they're all healthy. So it's probably good for that reason. Also, having a second roar on that fight is quite good. As far as that, I'm not sure. I mean, we were off of double resto. We liked the single. We had the ability to run it. We just thought Monk was better. Also, resto does no damage. I really wish healer damage wasn't as much of a consideration as it is. Max, is Resto Druid actually good for high tier rating? Yeah, I mean, it's really good on the hardest boss this tier, so yeah. Whose idea was it to run the bear? We were trying to swap in some more boss damage, and we were trying to figure out what the best way to do that was. We could have played Disc. But we were like, I don't know, that just sounds... It's like a worse healer for the fight, and like that's definitely something that could maybe cause some relearning. And then we were like, well, like, what if we dropped a DK, Blood DK for Guardian? And then we're like, well, then we'd have to bring another Unholy DK, and then that's someone being 400 pulls deep on this boss and having to, like, learn it. And that's, like, not good. So, like, what can we do with our current comp? And Yips was like, I'm confident I can make Guardian work. And we were like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, I can do it. I will Astro fuck the boss and the ads in P1. And also, I think we can make this grouping work. And then I took some time to like figure out how the grouping would work. I assigned a Mistweaver with Ring of Peace to each side. I assigned a Knock to each side. And we only gripped the 4 far ones and knocked everything else in. And I thought it was going to be a big regression point, but it actually was just a complete joke. It was actually easier than 3DK's gripping. There's also more people involved too, but I mean, it was just easier. And then, yeah, he absolutely fucked the boss. And on his very first pull on a new class on that fight, we had an everyone alive P4 pull, including, let me find this. Can I find this on our VOD review tool probably? 1 second. Yips had an insane fucking play, and I want to show you it. If I can. Where the fuck is the VOD review tool and channel? Here it is. So I'd have to go to recent fights, and I'd have to find the pull that we first played Guardian. You guys remember when we swapped Guardian? I mean, it was a P4 pull. Was it this pull? So he's on this as a farm. What about the pull right before this? Was he on DK? No, this is a farm pull. Okay, when did we swap in DK? Was it here? I think that looks, yes, he's on DK. Okay. We have maybe 11 a.m. Wait, this was the previous night, so. Why did Yips look sad after the boss died? I think Yips has just been like, when we hit the secret phase and the boss didn't die, it took a lot out of a lot of people, and I think Yips even pretty vocally was like ready for this shit to be over. It's been a long, like basically 2 months of playing way too much WoW to prepare for this. Yeah, vibes were absolutely slaughtered by P4. Okay, so I just checked these. I remember it happened after a break. Was it not this pull? I mean, I know he's here, but like, maybe it was this. Still there. Okay, we're narrowing it down. Here it is. Okay. It is this pull though. All right, check this out. I hope this is when it actually happens. It's during the gateway, and he doesn't have a gateway control shard, or like it got unbound on this character because he just logged over and like he has a million different druids, and actually I don't even think he didn't have it bound, but for whatever reason he just like couldn't click the gateway and was like, we were gonna wipe because of this. Here it is. Here it is. This is his first fucking pull on Guardian on this boss. We're about to hit the last phase. He's hitting the boss. He's like, guys, I can't grip. Can someone rescue me? Rescue me, rescue me. And he fucking wild charge grips himself. He shifts out of bear form during the boss like casting something in between melees, and wild charges to the fucking group, goes back bear, doesn't get one shot, and saves the whole fucking pull. Jesus Christ. I don't think you guys understand how insane that is. That is like fucking crazy that he did that. Complete beast. I really like the circle adjustment spread in P3. Yeah. I did Mythic Plus with the Ips before he joined Liquid. He's the best tank in the world. It would not surprise me if that's true, but no, none of us would make that like claim about anyone, because it's just a ridiculous. Unless you play with all the best players, how could you ever say that? But I mean, it would surprise me if anyone was better than him. Yeah. Max, I am dumb. How did you guys know where the constellations were going to be in phase 3? You don't necessarily know. They're a little RNG, but there's ways you can combat the RNG slightly. So cool. It's pre-spread. When you're in this phase, we found out specifically the boss's positioning once you were here. By putting these two bosses in these certain positions, you could not get the other. Like basically the constellation goes on one side at a time. But if your positioning is too close, the other side can kind of get your constellation. The constellation can only spawn in a few spots in the room. Like the other group, specifically like Yip's group, they learned this. Jornako's PUV, I think, shows this. Early in progression, he was getting fucked by his position. Basically, his old spread spot used to be... Let me keep backing it up here. Right beginning of the phase. Okay, right here. his spot here, but until we made some boss position adjustments, he was like getting hit by these glaives all the time, or these constellations. But we like made a small movement to where like these can no longer spawn on him, and it was purely because like it has to pick between a certain amount of players in an area for a side, and if there's too many people close together, it like does it. So like at the end of this phase and the very beginning of it, it was like causing a lot of inconsistency because you were basically dealing with more constellations than you should. Max showing off how useful the liquid armory is. Yup. Yeah, this is a public site what I'm using right now. You can have access to this immediately. I want to watch Echo's kill. Let's see.
That's funny.
Does anyone else find it really hard to go to past VODs on Echo's channel and the Team Liquid channel because they're all like 2 days long and like you don't know when the rebroadcast starts or when it does? I don't know. It's so annoying.
Splits.
We can do this throughout the race.
Yes, you can.
Is
Your partner?
And especially to every...
What is this? Okay, so this is not... They're just like playing memes.
We actually made him.
Got him! Already done.
How else you can see, bro?
They're flat.
All right, what is this? 484. Okay, this looks like right.
Token and stars under you now. Watch the stars.
Yeah, after the beams, it's tight timing. We need to meet each other. I don't know how you could get to in time there alone.
You did have time.
484 pulls, 487, 489. How many pulls did they eventually killed in? 493?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Want to watch all of P3.
Pick it up. Pick it up and soak. Finish the soak. Then go between the marks.
You're not allowed to co-stream Echo Esports broadcast. Yeah, but it's a VOD. Yeah, bro, they specifically were like, stop watching this, kid.
Dropping into one. Drop and soak. Pick it up. Dropping middle in 2, 1. Drop and spread. Pick it up.
Well, that's a clean spread.
Pick it up. Dropping middle in 2, 1. Drop and spread.
Oh, does he not do a
Drop
seed?
and soak.
Who do they have do seeds? Oh, they have double evoker instead of mage. Yeah, that makes sense. We basically had Fired Up doing it from the beginning of progression, and even though they're not as tanky as evoker, we had like our other evoker try it after many pulls of not doing it, and I just didn't think it would make sense for him to hold the seed. Basically, if we started at pull 1 with the evoker doing it, I think it would have maybe made sense, but also I just kind of trusted Fired Up to be good with it. I feel like on a boss like this, where if any of these people die, your pull is over. Yes, you kind of want to put it on the right classes, but it also at the same time you want to make sure that they're never going to go off. So usually like early in progression, I will default to, you know, players that I think will do really good at that. And then over time, it's like, okay, it would actually be a lot easier to heal if it was on this person. And then we tried it, and even though they didn't get enough of a chance to really get good at it, it was just like, we're too far. We're too far into it.
And go in front. Which HP? Personals. And
Why
go
do they
some
not spread
now.
around? Oh,
Last
yeah, that
response.
makes sense for the bosses.
Back starting in 1.
I want to look at their spread.
And personals in 2, 1. Personals.
So this is like all the seed groups. Yeah, they're in like an exact triangle.
And go soak. Okay, rate damage in 3, 2, 1. Splitting up.
hate this
Soak
music.
spawning first and stars under you.
Um,
in 1. Start. Perfect. Zone. 4 marks. Go up ahead. Mace team playing the first. B. Stars under you now. The stars.
Constellations
then
are
playing
so
X.
RNG. Just so
T
RNG.
room. Stars under you now.
But there's some kind of like, there's some kind of
stars.
logic where like a large area around the boss is always open. I don't know exactly how that works. Like this mechanic, I think is significantly harder for range than it is for melee.
Then playing X.
I don't know why that's always the case. It's like next to the boss is always just this massive space.
Finishing the last soak. Move a tiny bit to the left. Okay. Stars good. Soak spawning. Routine the corner. And stars under you now. Stars.
You think
Soak
Havoc
next.
will be taking
Other
in the
team
raid?
stars might touch us,
Yeah, Havoc's
watch
fine.
it. Don't get left behind. Triangle servo into TX. Stars. And mark spread good. Triangle servo to Velo. Okay, you spawned. T will go next. T. Now you have time. T. X.
Again,
Keep
so-
soaking.
Oh.
And diamond. Good. Stay alive. You got it. Easy to damage check. Use your stuff.
Damn, you're still at the facility? I mean, I went home last night. My computer is, yeah.
Remember, anywhere.
I'll
in the
basically
back
be
is
here as
fine,
long
anywhere in the
as
front
it
is
takes me to
fine.
build up the
Just don't
courage
shoot us. Back,
to
front, back.
like get my stuff and actually like move
Don't
my
leave
setup
people
back
behind
home.
on
It's
the roar,
super
especially
annoying.
If you're good fast enough, don't worry.
Max, are the constellation connections random or can you know based on the pattern? You definitely learn to get better at it, but basically, here let's get a set
Stars good.
before they come
Soak
out.
Spawning, routine the corner, and stars under you now. Stars.
All right, so basically any of them that are super close to each other, like drawing a line here, anything like this, are at least a possibility to connect, and some of them are guaranteed. Same here. Can also make triangles. This, that, and then probably this. And then it should look something like this, but not everything will be there. Just like maybe this part isn't here. But like you know that if like something is all the red lines here, like this is too far for them to connect. This is too far for them to connect. This is too far for them to connect. Oh yeah, this one can also connect here. Then I'll remove all this bullshit from my screen. But you just get used to knowing that like basically you could instantly die if you're in any small area. And the lines also never cross. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I didn't even see that last one. Why did I not see that last one? Was it like was it under a
spawning, routine the corner, and stars under you now. Star.
Oh, yeah. Dude, who knows? He could have like a debuff over his head. There's probably one directly under this thing. But also, yeah, I just missed that one. But also it's kind of like not as visually clear, right? Like under the boss's hitbox, it's this purple circle right here is not like see how it is like more visually distinct than this? Like this is the same purple circle right here. But it's like clearly harder to see over a purple boss. Yeah. Also, if you're top down, many clips of someone standing in a light spire and then like this exact soak like right here will just be directly under this thing. And it's, yeah, visual clarity on this boss was a major issue.
Go soak next. Other team stars might touch us. Watch it. Don't get left behind.
It pisses me off that they don't
Going
just
for
use
next
more
soak. This is our
colors.
stars under
I mean, they don't want it to look like a Wild Star boss or like a Final Fantasy boss with reticles where like reticles they think are really ugly. I also can kind of get behind that. Like I kind of fuck with reticles when I play those games, but like, I don't know. Like there's two parts. Like I'm super gameplay focused. So all I care about is like how the game feels to play, right? In any game. I don't care about lore. I don't care how the game looks at all. Zero care. I think graphics can make a good game great, but it can never make a bad game good. They are there to enhance, but they are not like a major fundamental thing. I am pretty alone in that. Like I know most Like you'd be surprised how many gamers like graphics are literally everything. And like looking how the way the boss looks, like this is a this is like a wind chime. And I don't know what wind chimes normally do, but like this one does a lot of void stuff. So it clearly needs to be looking super epic and voidy. And like yes, not everything is clear, but like they're not going to make this guy randomly just do like green mechanics because it's easier to see. Like there's some kind of balance as a game designer where you want your game to look great and look thematic for the boss. It's just for me personally, I just don't care about that. So it always bugs me when things aren't like purely for gameplay, but I know that I'm kind of alone there. Like this heaven and hell, bro, this last phase looks insane. Look at these the dogs coming out of the boss. And then this heaven and hell shit, like, looks fucking crazy, right? It's like, oh, would it be technically easier to see this thing if it was bright pink? Like, yeah, but like, what are we doing here, you know? That is just talking about like the colors of everything. Visual clarity this race was a major problem regardless of that. I actually don't understand how we went and took such a step back from the last 2 raids where that was like a big emphasis and it was great. In the whole game as well, like Mythic Plus, everything. And now it seems like we just kind of forgot about that.
Triangle servo to Velo.
Oh, one thing I found interesting, I heard a clip of Scripe saying after the tier, I saw this earlier in the encounter. I'm going to rewind it. He was watching someone's POV, or the Echo broadcast was showing a POV of someone who had like the ability to click things on their frames. Was it in P1? No. Okay, but for this memory game, he said that an analyst was outside the raid and doing this memory game. And you can do this by having like all the healer POVs up and the tank POV up, because you know that through those you will see all 5 marks. I didn't know they were doing that at all. We talked about doing that. We talked about doing it, but it was like, dude, you'd have to have someone who's not me, like strapped to their chair for every single pull. And if they're ever like not there, it's just everyone wipes and you just, the pull's over. Like, I feel like that's so hard to do. And we just had our players do it. So the way the mechanic works in P1 is the tanks never get sent downstairs and you see 2 marks upstairs. Okay, so a tank is always 1 and 4. Tank is always 1, tank is always 4. And then the healers get sent downstairs, and one of the healers will get this, and the other one gets this. So if you just see those classes, it's fine, and we just had our healers and tanks do it. Also, another smart thing you can do is like give your healers the seeds in P1, and then it's impossible for them to go down. Or you give 2 of your healers seeds, so the same 2 healers are now doing the memory game all of progression to create consistency. That was really smart. I think they were doing that initially in their progression, eventually moved off. Also, another strat I thought about that we didn't utilize, but I think is really smart. You guys are doing this boss in the future, you might want to consider this. One of the main wipe conditions is this. Sorry, I don't know why this ended up being a TED Talk about this boss. We'll watch them kill it in a second, but that's a bad example. Let's watch the 3rd set. Okay, so... Oh, wait, no, we're watching a POV of someone downstairs. That's why we don't see it. Or maybe you see the seeds hit the ground downstairs? Let's see. No, shit. I need a POV. Oh, fuck. Okay, you know what? Let me show you our POV, just for this point. Fired Up always sees this because he never goes down. And it's from the beginning of the phase.
3, 2, 1, now.
So right now. So do you see how these guys put their crystals down? If you get hit by this beam with this mark, you take shadow damage and you make these tiers spawn soaks. If you don't, and if this thing hits this on the ground or this gets hit by a glaive, everyone instantly dies. These caused a lot of wipes because turns out doing this later in the fight, let me show you, like later in P3, it's like insanely fucking hard to drop these and not have them get hit by glaives because, you know, sometimes there's 100 glaives running. This is like this took a lot of learning to learn how to do this, right? But what you could do is like, okay, so basically how this works is if you don't have a seed, you are eligible to be sent downstairs. And on the third set, because you have 6 seeds, actually the second and the third set, all the seed people are upstairs, and everyone in the raid that is not a tank and a healer, except for 2 healers, go to the other realms. What you could do is basically never have the seed people have to learn how to do this drop because it's so dangerous. Having a seed person just dodge glaives and not have to do the memory game mechanic would have created consistency. So I think maybe what you would do is you would have... I kind of am kicking myself that we didn't do this in progression. And maybe it's bad, but at least I think it's a good idea. Like, let's say you have the boss here, you're doing a memory game, and then all 5 seed people, right as the memory game starts, they drop their seed. Everyone says dropping seed in 3, 2, 1. All those players move in. You drop all 5 seeds on the ground. And then if you don't have memory game, which I think a few people in the raid will not, including tanks, you pick it up. So basically you turn a mechanic where one person will still have to hold it, but if you do a synchronized drop and everyone's right next to it and you just know that you pick it up if you don't get memory game, you eliminate this entire wipe condition. You also present a new wipe condition of dropping the seeds and having to learn that whole thing, which is like a little harder than just trusting everyone with it. But then no one has to learn how to do this, which is get hit by their thing, not hold the thing when it hits you, and drop it specifically around this glaive, get hit, and then pick it back up again, which is the hardest part of the phase. And you could completely ignore this. And then you could just have those same people that picked it up hold it until the next one, and then do another drop, and repeat this process to just create a scenario where no one is actually doing the hardest mechanic of the phase. You add more people learning how to play with seeds? No, you don't. Because learning how to play with seeds is doing this. In this other strat, no one has to ever do that. Unless you mean playing with seeds, meaning you literally just have a seed on you, and if you get hit, you die. But that doesn't change how you play at all. If you're a regular player and you see this glaive, it turns out you really don't want to get hit by it. But if you're a player with a seed, you still really don't want to get hit by it. It doesn't change anything about how you play. You don't have to play with a seed at all. Before the intermission, you would just put the seeds back on the people that are doing it in the intermission, or in P2 or whatever, right? But in P1, I think this would have saved a lot of wipes. And I am kind of sad that we did not think of it until right now. Perfect example, by the way, of you guys in your guild maybe doing something that the Race World First guilds didn't do, and it might be really good for you. But also, if we're being realistic, the time that whenever a lot of you guys get to this boss, this little wind chime is going to look absolutely nothing close to what this boss is right now. It's going to get absolutely turbo nuked. Okay. Let's watch their kill now. Max, any thoughts on in P4 having the blazes go front to back? Yeah, they swapped to that. I don't know why. Left to right seemed chill, and front to back seems the same.
There you now.
Maybe the thought is, like in the last phases, when the beasts come out, like maybe if you're moving left to right, you have to think about a beast coming at you. Oh, here's why. If you're like sitting here and these debuffs are coming out, let's rewind it like 5 seconds.
I run.
I'll wait until an ad runs at them.
Back. Anywhere in the back.
Okay, so this is the pile of ads that they use the extra action button on. But if you're running to the back first, and then the front, and then the back is away from all animals because they will be soaked. The front is most likely being intentionally cleared by one of the tanks if there's ever like a lone one, like right here. And maybe that's just more safe than over here because like over here no one's clearing. Why would you ever clear an ad that's coming like this? Why would you ever clear an ad that's doing this? You wouldn't. So it's like more dangerous, I guess, for deaths, where front and back is like, we need to keep this line right here safe anyway. If anything comes through this line, it's going to one-shot someone unless it's soaked. So if you commit to soaking anything that's going to show up in this line, then now the 2 safest spots should be, 1, 2, and then 3, right? I think that's probably why they did it. Just trying to problem solve that in my head right now. But we did left, right, left, and we won, so that's better. But also we stole that from them when we woke up. So it's, I mean, it was just their original strategy.
It goes on the run, keep running. 3, pixel stacking in 1, pixel stack now.
Let's see.
And if we're going anywhere in the back, front, back, don't shoot us.
Oh, they got
2,
such easy
1,
star splinters.
Running, watch the ghost.
Ooh.
Keep
Wait,
running,
oh,
keep
they don't
running.
immune clear. I think maybe that was a
Don't
really
shoot
nice
at me.
optimization for
Pixel
us. If you
stacking
notice
in
on our kill, on all 3 runs, we have an immunity in front of the group clearing the
1,
ads, so there's
pixel
no like
stack now.
sidestepping. Like you see here how they like kind of sidestep
The ghost on
as
the
they're
run,
moving,
keep running.
like the especially
keep
early.
Running in 2, 1, running.
Well, this one's actually super fucking
goes
clean,
on
but
the run,
the
keep
next one I think
running.
they stutter.
Don't shoot us. Running in 2, 1.
Like here.
Running.
Now you're running and it's like, oh, you're stopping, you're stopping. Ooh, wait, everyone wait. It's really hectic. But if you like have someone immune soak, it's just like no one's thinking. But also they're doing less damage, right? And like I guess there's a
Keep
damage
running,
check.
keep running. Okay, pixel stacking in 2, 1. Pixel stack anywhere in the back. Don't shoot us back.
Yeah, realistically, if you
Front,
don't kill the entire raid
back.
with these, dude, their splinters are
Okay,
piss.
running in 2.
Actual piss splinters.
1, running.
Watch the dog.
Watch the dog.
Best RNG
Keep
of all
running,
time.
Keep running. Pixel stacking in 2, 1. Pixel
And at this
stacking
point,
anywhere.
to be honest with you, the boss is like Astro dead. You'd have to. I mean, you could kill half of your raid at this point with the first splinter, and you would still kill it.
In the back, do not shoot us back. Front, don't shoot us. Immuning now. Immuning
And-
now.
Yay!
Oh my god. Finally.
Bro, I got 3 blazes, bro. Why do I get 3?
God damn,
Let's
bro.
let full before break, yeah.
Max, they literally had a wipe with 20 people alive, and the boss having 8% HP and P4. I don't believe that. The only way that can be true is before they hot fixed the.
1
So
spawning. Routine the
that was pre. They nerfed the boss slightly. They basically made so how this worked before is you guys see these little light debuffs on people's frames right here. If you died and got rezzed, you never regained this buff, which basically meant it was impossible to kill it if anyone ever died. So naturally they fixed this because like if you res someone, they should obviously they're gonna lose the tick from when they died, but like you can res them and keep going. What they did is they nerfed the boss technically by just making each of these things do one initial more tick. That wasn't to nerf the boss. That was they ended up inadvertently nerfing it by I mean you have to do like 10 million less damage total, but like out of a billion, like I mean it's like fucking whatever. The reason that happened is that was their fix to getting rezzed. Like you get rezzed and you go in the light and it does an initial tick, and that's what applies to the debuff. It prevents that from happening. So I believe any pull where they had everyone alive in this phase and they wiped at 8%, it had to have been with that involved. Like they didn't have full light debuffs on the raid. It kind of makes no sense. Unless they like just didn't spend any CDs in the phase or something. 19 alive, Gingy dead the whole time was 6% wipe. Yeah, with Gingy alive, it would if Gingy was alive without even pressing a button, his light debuff alone would have killed it on that pull if he was actually dead the entire time. Max, it was after your kill I watched it live. Oh, I mean, yeah, can you like link? You can't link anything in the chat. I don't know how you'd even get it to me. The fact that they had a 0.2% after the liquid kill was kind of heartbreaking. Really? It was after we killed it, so it wouldn't have mattered. Oh, you mean like going to bed with it dead? Yeah, I see what you mean.
running in.
Yeah, they've got to be happy. Because, like, dude, even though you don't win at this point, it's like, dude, just being done is so sick.
Do not shoot us back. Front.
Oh, where was the, like,
Immunity
post-race Q&A you guys are talking about?
Oh my god.
Finally.
Bro, I got 3 blazes, bro. Why do I get 3?
God damn, bro.
Imagine the Echo fans if they killed the next Poldo. So many head start comments. Yeah, I mean, yeah, those people are kind of insufferable, but yeah. I mean, this race, I don't even get that, though. Like we started like a long time after them on Baloran, which again was like, well, not really our fault, I guess, because like our splits just, we had a different plan, but that wasn't like it wasn't on them that happened. That could have not been the case. Which, oh, dude, I actually got one the other day. Because, like, you know how, like, the super delusional fan just believes that it's a pure 16-hour thing. Like, the fact that you're pulling bosses with information, you never gain back time. Anytime they kill a boss and less pulls than you with full information is because they just played better. It just doesn't matter. And I brought up the Bellerin thing. I'm like, oh, we killed, like, Bellerin in more pulls. And they were like, yeah, well, of course you did, because you woke up and you just fucking had, like, the full fucking strat. And I'm like, oh, wait, so hold on 1 second. Fucking pause. So what you're telling me is, obviously, and then, yeah, it must have, this person's head was just doing fucking backflips.
I'm watching
Yo,
the
I
cinematic.
forgot to say that in this run, the
Max,
master
check the
serve-
pin. All right, thanks, dog. Let's get it. Okay, and then if I hit watch full video. Max, I know this argument is tiresome, but would there ever be any difference if there was a global raid release? I mean, would there be a difference? Yeah, I mean, it'd be a lot more exciting. It'd be super less bullshit for EU, especially like they lose viewership on the first day. And it would remove the fear of like us getting a boss with a reset of gear and just instantly killing it because they haven't gotten their reset yet. Thank God that has never happened. But like, do I believe it would have changed the result of any race we have won so far? Absolutely not. I'll stand on that for sure. But it also fucking sucks, and they should do that. But I think people need to give respect when it's due, for sure. Like, I don't even know how many races in total that we've won that they even killed it within 16 hours of us in general. But even the ones when they did, it would be pretty insane if even they were making that argument. That is the poll I was talking about. Well, I hit watch full video. Is it just right before this? Like going into like the second week, it was all the comments were like, dude, what if Liquid just goes in and kills it because Voidspire and Dream Rift were so easy? But the reality is like, yeah, that would have been bullshit. But also that's like never happened. It's just simply never happened, right? There is one thing though, like I notice our guild plays worse when we are, actually, I don't know if that's true. I was going to say we play worse when we're trailing, but low key, it's like a lot more stressful when we're ahead because you feel like you have to like, can't make any mistakes or someone will gain ground on you. So you're like, even though it's just so inevitable, it's so weird. Like you feel so stressed out anytime you're wiping a lot in P1 or something because you're just like, guys, we have to like keep gaining pace, but it's just inevitable that you will fall behind. It's just how streaming the race works. And then once we're behind, we're actually like kind of fucking insane. Like, dude, when we wake up on a fresh day with like, they passed us during the night and we get some little fresh info to go off of, fresh day, we kind of just pop the fuck off. I feel like I don't know how we've learned how to do that well, but it does seem nice for us at least. All right, I want to watch the poll. So when was this? This was 454 polls. Is this before we killed it?
Okay. Yeah. You buff everyone?
Wait, no. This is wait. Sorry. It says their best was 0.3%. Oh, this is the 6% wipe with Gingy did the whole time. Well, first of all, he's not dead the whole time.
Back to normal also.
Right? He's getting ticks off right now.
Back with the first place. Then front. Back. Running.
Okay.
2, 1, run.
Oh, I thought this was
What's the
Ginny
dog?
POV. I was like, yeah, no
Yeah,
wonder he
rolling,
died.
chilling.
Okay.
Pixel stacking in 1. Pixel stack. Blazes going back.
Dude, I have so much respect for Echo when they like have already lost, but will still stay up to like 3 or 4 a.m. to try to kill a boss before going to bed. I respect their leadership for getting them to do that, and also their players to do that and still have like P4 pulls. Because if we ever lost, which now nothing matters, there's no rush to do anything. Like if we lose, you lose. If it was midnight and we lost, and I'm like, guys, listen, we're going until this boss dies, they would kill me in real life. There is no, I would be dead. It would never happen. They would all quit the guild if we did that one time. And either they like Scripe and Roger like convince them to do it, or their players. I think what someone said is like they vote to keep going. And if that is true as well, like they just vote, like their players are like, fuck yeah, let's not just go to sleep because we're all extremely exhausted at this point. They want to keep going. That's fucking beast, dude. Like that is insane mental.
Back. Running again in 2,
Max, would you say
1,
Echo is
back.
more dedicated to their leadership?
Blazes going
I guess
back.
so, bro. Like they would roast me on a spit and kill me if we did that. Like I'm serious, they would actually murder me. And especially like, dude, Suri is the #1 person at this, bro. If we ever went an hour over raid time, he was perma doom posting in current raiders. He fucking hated it. I just can't imagine. Yeah, no, I think so. I think they just have crazy aura or something. That like they're just everyone in their guild's like, yes, we must actually play up until the night, even though nothing matters anymore. They're just fucking monsters.
What's the dog?
Just unbeatable beasts. All right.
Still stacking in 1. Back with the blaze. Front. Back again.
As a
Run.
German
2,
cutting edge player, we vote
1,
to keep as well.
run,
We vote to go
run,
as well.
run.
Yeah. I mean, like, dude, Suri is like such a nice person, but like the second you go over raid time, he goes like full German in current Raiders chat. Like he will slander my entire bloodline if we went an hour over raid.
You have spiral. Pixel stacking in 1 and stop. Pixel
Gateway.
stack.
Stop.
Going back. Front. Back. Immuning darkness in
No,
1.
you shot those.
Fade. Pixel
Gateway.
stack.
Wait, this is not the pull you guys
Going
told me
back.
about.
Front.
Oh no, this person went straight. Okay, to be fair though, this is why this mechanic is hard. Like these go out so fast.
You have spiral. Pixel
Look at this.
stacking in 1 and stop.
3,
Gateway.
2, 1, now.
Going
Okay,
back.
so this one isn't hard. Ideally, you have there's 2 versions of Star Splinter. One of them's like this, and the other one is like this. So obviously the front back strat, it's super easy if you get the pink one, because if you just go straight back, this is safe. The strat is if you get this one, you like initially go back, and then you have a choice. You can either go left or go right, which will then make this big open safe spot here like not hit the raid. Or the other one, obviously. Now, he has an easy job. No one else has it. You just heard a sound in your ear that you got picked with this. FTM looks like he gets it. So he goes straight back and goes like left, right. He did that perfectly. But look at the second 2 people. I don't care how good you are. If you are like, wait, I just got this mechanic. By the way, if I mess this up, we don't kill the boss.
Going back.
And you don't know even which one your thing is.
Front.
Because the second person doesn't move right away. And now the other 2 people have both patterns and they don't even know who is who. So like how do you, like right now, what do you, I would say if this ever happens, 2 people are stacked up like this and the second person hasn't already started moving and everyone's pixel stacked here, you're just going to blow up. It's really hard. That's
Back.
like, and then no one moves. Oh. Hits the whole raid.
Immuning darkness in
No,
1.
you shot us.
Wait,
Still
it's
play.
fine. Gating in 2. 1. Gate.
They live for a bit.
1. Motif. Motif. Dodging. Keep running. Running.
No.
Bro, you shot us.
Yeah, that is a
Back.
tough shoot.
Front. Back. Immuning darkness in 1. In 1. And stop.
Gateway.
Stack.
Yeah, that's a
Going
tough
back.
shoot.
Front. Back. Immuning darkness in
No,
1.
you shot us.
Wait.
That was right after. This was before you guys got the kill. No, it's not. Yeah. This was like right after. It was This was like 10 minutes after. This was before. No, it wasn't. No. I mean, it could have been. I think this is actually the one thing that the Race World First viewers get the most wrong. Is I feel like it takes a guild until it takes until a guild wipes really low on a boss for the hype to build that they can kill it. When, for example, let's say Echo was at 0.5% on this boss, or Echo was at 40% on this boss. My personal stress levels would not change because in either scenario, the next pull they get into P4, it could die. Kind of a prime example of that is we went from like 20% to 0. It just takes a pull where everyone just does the thing, which is like relatively trivial. It's just really late in the fight to actually do it correctly. But like I feel like chat doesn't actually feel like that's true. Like I feel like you could both be getting into P4 the same amount. One guild has a 40% pull, the other one has a 0.5% wipe, but chat would be like, dude, the guild with a 0.5% wipe, whoever it is, they'd be like, bro, they're about to win. They're so much better right now, but like they're just looking at like the best number and they don't really. I mean, it's complicated. I'm not trying to like shit on people who don't really understand how this works, but it's like definitely the common opinion is like very, very clueless. Saw many people saying you were so far behind before you killed it. Yeah, I promise you Echo did not think that. Tally was saying you guys played terrible and then just pulled out an immaculate pull. I'm going to assume that is an out of context one guy. That would be an insane thing to say. But yeah, I mean, like you said, the casual Race World First fan looks at pull count numbers. And they look at current best boss percentage. They don't really know what's going on. Damn, that's sad. Okay, but that's not what I wanted to see. I don't care about the low percentage wipe. I saw this live. You guys said that they had a 6% wipe with everyone alive the entire pull post hotfix for battle resing people and them getting the light buff again. That's what I want to see. Everyone minus Gingy. Oh, well, that's not... Okay, Max, here it is. That's not... Again, wiping at 6% with one person dead makes sense. It's actually, I think having one person dead the entire phase, it is probably impossible to kill the boss.
0.1% with Gingy dead for the entire phase.
Oh,
Unreal.
dude. God, their casters just did him so dirty. Because, like, everyone saw it.
Performance from as Midnight
Oh, this would have been
Strikers
for the
were
win.
through this room.
Nice memes group. The third one being done as well as the other side do the melody marks.
Okay.
Down the res is
On the
Dude,
boss
this
dodge
guy's
the
a good
consolation.
caster,
So-
by the way. Whoever's talking right now, the British dude. He's got a good, like, I watched a couple of their like lower wipes after we killed it, and he's just casting his fucking ass off, bro. Like he said some just absolute Looney Tunes shit, like the darkness will be destroyed. I mean, he was just saying some crazy ass shit, but it went hard as fuck.
Complete marks in 2.
Yes, this is looking very good. 9% on Lure right now. Charmy taking a ton of damage. The other side has to complete
Zerwo
their
down.
marks. Zerwo goes down. The res is available for him. They just need to do these marks. Tenderly, the crosses pair in. The diamonds now. Get in there, guys. Get it done.
Ooh.
The T's need to go as Teeth goes down.
All
That's
right,
gonna be their
here's what
next
I don't
combo.
get. Everyone's dunking on Gingy, which obviously I'm cool with that, but just because Gingy is the one that died, but I mean, didn't 2 people die before that phase even started, so there wasn't a battle res for him? I'm just bringing it up.
Res used as quickly as possible. Charmy then defends and turtles. They are still going to be able to transition. I think 2%.
Oh yeah, this is
gonna
Astro
be
free.
dirty close.
Astro free. Dude, we even had some pushes where we almost... I wish on the kill we would have beat this cast. Like, what, they got 1.1% here? What does ours get to? I don't know why this happens on this specific VOD on this website, but I'm pretty sure we almost, like... I think we almost beat it.
Diamonds go?
Just half pot.
HP? You're high
Rebuff.
enough.
Yeah.
You just stand in the
What is
soak
it?
and you're high enough.
Look at the boss HP. 0.3. 0.2. Dude, 1.6 million less? 1 million HP. We were 1 million fucking damage total off of beating the Dark Archangel cast. Fucking yips. Absolute fucking Guardian Druid damage. All right,
They
here we
kind
go.
of threw it away,
1%
maybe.
Dark Wave coming out. They need to survive through this.
No, yeah.
Gingy go.
No,
Are
it's
still
not
gonna be
even
able
close.
to transition. I
Wait,
think
how did Gingy even die? Huh? It literally makes no
2%.
sense.
This is going to be dirty close. They
Oh, just the darkness debuff? I mean, yeah, but like, I mean, that's kind of...
kind of threw it away,
1%
maybe.
Dark Wave coming out. They need to survive.
I mean, like, 4 other people went to... I mean... He had Hellstone and Health Pot. Dude, it's actually so fucked that everyone's, like, going back and, like, looking at every little small retroactive thing. Also, like, dude, I feel like Gingy's taking all the blame for this, but how is there not any blame on
Yes, this is
Tank and Warlock dying right
very
before the
good.
phase?
9%
And this
will
is
do it
coming
right
from
now.
someone that
Charmy
is... like, Gingy slander is welcomed, right? That's... In fact, that's kind of nice. I like that. But I'm just saying, it doesn't really make sense.
a ton of damage. The other side has to complete
Zobo
their
down.
marks. Zobo goes down. The res is available for him. They just need to do these marks.
I feel like
Tenderly,
he's getting the short end of the
crosses pair
stick.
in. The diamonds now. Get in there, guys. Get it done. The T's need to go as Teeth goes down. That's going to be their next combat res used as quickly as possible. Charmy then defends and turtles. They are still going to be able to transition. I think 2%. This is going to be dirty close. They kind of threw it away,
1%
maybe.
Dark Wave coming out. They need to survive through this. Gingy goes down. They just do it in time. Combat res up in 30 seconds means Gingy won't be here for the damage at the start of the phase, but they can bring him up. Phase 4, the secret phase, the mythic phase, the one we did not believe existed.
Here it goes. 19 players will step foot into the darkness for Echo, but that is going to be a lot of damage lost. That one player is counting for so much damage. 9 seconds till they can get Gingy
Okay.
up. The question is, will they have...
Okay, cool. So they
Let's
wipe
see if they do
low
stars
here
correctly. This has been a
without
big
Gingy.
pump
I'm gonna skip this whole phase. You
Meris,
guys know how
People did get
it
sniped
happens.
because that's the enrage, ladies and gentlemen. That is all she wrote when it lands. They have one more blaze to do.
Wait,
Pixel stat,
sorry.
gentlemen. Get into
He was
position.
not
It
the
looks like
only
slight overlap
person
there as a couple
dead.
people did get sniped at the panic.
Hold on.
As Midnight
Huge
Perpetual
amount.
Whistle,
Y'all are
that
making
is
that
all
shit
she
up
wrote
too.
When it lands, they have one more blaze
I'm
to
pretty
do.
sure they
Pixel
wipe
stat,
even with
gentlemen.
Gingy
Get
alive
into
here.
position. It looks like
That-
slight
maybe
overlap
not.
there as a couple
6%
people did get
whole
sniped at the
phase.
panic. As Midnight
Huge
Perpetual with
amount
sub
of damage.
10%.
They're
She
going to
does
try and
not die
survive
at
through
10.
it. Meris surviving so much time. Still up.
He might have done... I don't know how much one player's ticks does of the total boss HP. Now, obviously, you have a damage amp, and he would have also been doing damage, but... It's probably right around 6%. So all 20 people... I mean, we can actually figure this out. All 20 people, I think, do 63% of the boss's HP. Am I making that number up? Something like that? So 63 divided by 20, and it's whatever that is. It's around 4%. Okay, and then basically, does his damage alone with a damage amp do 3% of its HP? Probably not. I don't think there's any single DPS that would do 6% or 3% of this boss's HP with just their damage. Maybe, actually, maybe it is right around that number.
Marco still up. Meris fighting against Midnight, but in
But like I said, the only reason there wasn't a battle res for him is because 2 other people died. But people don't look at that. It's just the person who happens to be dead at the end. It's fucked. It just happened to be Gingy. Yeah, but like I feel like Gingy's had like pretty good PR. Like, I mean, especially when we started doing the Race to World first, bro. Like, dude, EU, like the crazy EU fans, like Gingy was their actual GOAT. Like, MDI champion, Race to World first, god, best player ever. Like, when did that change? When did that change? You know what I'm saying? OnlyFans? Oh, I don't have any idea what's happening in OnlyFans, but all right, well.
In the end, the darkness wins 6.1%.
Wait, that would have been for World first? Like, they would have won, right? Well, I mean, we don't know if that one person would have. Yeah, that's, what time was this? Like, what time was this in, like, NA time? It's 22:22, whatever their server time is. Are we, like, awake at this point? It's like an hour before we killed it? Max, for World First, they had a 0.3% before you guys were... Is that true? I mean, I thought the number was not... I thought that was after. It was like literally right after we killed it, they had the super low one. That was for P3, not P4. Oh, yeah, like the previous day. But I mean, that's kind of the same thing. Like, dude, both raid days were so interesting. It was like Dimensius. Like, the Dimensius thing had only ever happened on Fyrak before, and then Dimensius basically happened 2 days in a row this race. That's... Like, Blizzard couldn't even manufacture that if they tried. It was just pure fucking luck that they happened into, like, 2 days with 200K plus concurrent viewers perma, where the secret phase was discovered, and then also the boss was killed. Just insane high roll, whatever seed we're in right now. Max, it's at 38 hours, 39 minutes, 34 seconds on your video. Dude, my goat. My actual goat.
Sometimes you just need to be... Do we need to look at damage again? And that's probably what the conversation
was. Oh, is it the...
is short of clipping Echo.
This one. Okay.
Cleave comes out, perfectly timed. Star Splitter's going to the side as well. Boss down to 60% HP as Echo try and pump.
They are going absolutely haywire right now.
Okay, so, yeah, this is the pull with everyone alive till the end, right? Except not.
Their way through these dogs. The Ian Laser is chasing them so far, yet they've kept everybody alive. One more blazes.
Gingy down.
Gingy takes a cling absolutely haywire right now, weaving their way through these dogs. The Ian Laser is chasing them so far.
How did he die?
They've kept everybody alive.
That's not Gingy's fault.
As Echo try and pump.
They are
I mean, you could argue he could have shielded, but he has no Hellstone up. He has no pot. He has alter, but you can't alter like as you're moving. This is like, even if you're one of those people that goes back and looks at a death and you like try to pick apart every single thing they could have done, by the way, while doing something very challenging, and it's hard to do that perfectly. There's like no perfect WoW players. It's impossible, right? Even in that scenario, it's like, I mean, I feel like he just
absolutely haywire right now, weaving their way through these dogs. The Ian Laser is chasing them so far, yet they've kept everybody alive. One more blazes.
Gingy down.
Gingy takes a clip. They still have a combat res available.
Splitters coming out. Gingy comes back up. They need to get these Star Splitters away. We've got about 20 seconds before the hard in range. Heaven and Hell coming out in 2 seconds.
So do you guys notice something about this? Gingy and Narco both died. And they, unfortunately, do not have a very important debuff. So when they nerfed this boss, which didn't really, It did very slightly. Like, it would never affect a kill or not a kill. So, like, they basically did not nerf the boss. They made it... what that was making it so when you res someone, they got this light buff again.
That's the Giga Beam. Need to dodge to the side of it.
Also the Evoker lost the
beam
buff
is
as
short
well.
of clipping Echo's heels. We see
what
Lua
do they
going
wipe
down
at?
to 24%.
Middle there, which is absolutely just need to keep their heads here. They've lost a person every single time they've entered this phase. Moving out with the stars, take care of her. Here comes the Scythe. They have managed to hold the start in the middle there, which has cost them a ton of players. Echo has managed to snipe everybody. A little bit of
10%
confusion there as to what was going on as the dog died.
I don't think... I mean, 3 buffs is a lot. Did anyone math this out? Do they kill this on this poll and get world first if Blizzard just had this working properly from the start?
Lua going down to 24%.
They
is it enough?
Absolutely just need to keep their heads here. They've lost
I don't
a person
know.
every single time they've...
If that's true, like, holy fuck. That is like... That's gotta be so tilting. No shot, that's 10%. Yeah, but maybe if like they get a 0.1% wipe instead of whatever, maybe they're more motivated, they have more adrenaline, and then that, you know what I'm saying, like butterfly effect shit, like they could have ended up killing it still for world first because of that, in a way. Like, bro, it was actually 3 nights ago, I think. It was the night before the secret phase. We were like doing what any guild is prone to do, which is just running it down mid and P1 for a bit. And then we had like a really good pull, like a new best pull by a lot, and everyone started playing so much fucking better. Like communications up, everything. Like, bro, you can't manufacture that. It just happens or it doesn't.
To this phase, moving out with the stars, take care of her. Here comes the...
You can literally do the math. It was enough damage. They lost 4 buffs. Well, they didn't lose 4 buffs entirely, right?
Very quickly, we're going to see these stars coming out.
They're ticking on the entire raid.
Keep everybody in one position as they move these star positions out in order
Or
to
you're
not
saying
hit
the math was
players.
done from like the single tick that they died? Because like, it's not like they were dead the whole phase. I mean, it already looks like all of them were alive for at least a quarter of the phase minimum.
They've successfully done the first one. There's Narco falls, 1 res going out. Here comes the Ian cannon. It's going to start firing and chasing.
Yeah, dude, they did not. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually kind of good because, like, I think if they did actually have the damage, if this was just hot fixed to be working correctly earlier, and then they didn't get world first because of that, that would be just massive tilt. I don't think. What did they end up wiping at?
Going on as the dogs were coming in. They have managed to hold the start in the middle there, which has cost them a ton of players. Echo has managed to
12,
snipe everybody.
11.9. Yeah, I don't think so. But I don't care enough to actually do the math, but it doesn't add up in my head. 3 full buffs is 10.5%. Oh, then like, yeah, I mean, there's literally no way because they didn't even miss 3 whole buffs. They had, probably if you add up the time that they had the buffs, it's probably worth 1 full buff, right? It's not like it all ticks at the end. It's like it happens continuously. I think people are saying if they had no deaths and they didn't snipe the whole raid with blazes.
A little bit of confusion there as to what was
so
going.
If they
Here
didn't wipe, you're saying
24%.
What you're telling me is after you ran the math, you found out that if they didn't wipe, they would have killed it. That is, I mean, that's fucking facts, bro. That is true. If they would have done those mechanics properly, they would have won. Facts. Okay, yeah, I mean, I would definitely feel like the choke thing is a little harsh. I know this has happened twice in a row where like they felt like they should have won and then we just kind of outpaced them. But like, I think it is hard, like mentally when you are getting to the end of your day and people naturally start fading because like they're just fucking exhausted. and then you like slump a little bit. People start talking as much after pulls. Maybe there's some tilt going on, and then your opponent wakes up and gets a fat pull. And if you know about it, which if you're smart, you don't, you're going to start playing like dog shit. You're going to be like, oh, it's happening again. This happened last time. It can really get in your head and affect your play. They don't value sleep enough. Yeah. Someone should actually do the math on that. I didn't follow it super closely, but we slept a lot more than they did this tier. Like the first day of Mythic, they do some crazy fucking day. They did like a bunch of splits and still just had a ton of hours. Like on resets, they like wake up at reset time and like play a longer day and then like wake up at the normal time the next day. Again, if we did that, our players would kill me in real life. Straight up. I wouldn't be alive. But then they eventually like sleep normal amounts. I think the same amount as us. It's just on reset days. They do this like super crazy day. And we never do that because I don't want to die. Okay, let's switch beats a little bit here. And let's check your all's prediction on what you thought the Race to World First raid comp would be for Midnight Falls. You guys have had some good tiers where you got pretty close. You cheated us? Oh, it's my fault then. It's my fault you guys got it wrong. Okay. All right, here we go. So in Nerebar Palace, you guys got 16 right. Fucking massive W. That's actually really good. That is extremely impressive. That's honestly, I think, about as good as you're ever going to get. It's very solid. All right. Casino Raid, you got 12 things right. Was it a little like rare that we ended up playing 5 monks, including 3 windwalkers, in which you thought there were 0? I mean, they were that good. It's just their sims were bad, and you guys look at sims for some reason. Even though that, I mean, I'm not even going to start that rant right now. But yeah, okay. So, okay, you had a down raid in the casino raid. Fine. All right, now Mana Forge. 13. A step up. Not quite your Nerebar Palace glory, but like pretty solid. Double Ellie, pretty like who the fuck does double Ellie? You guys put a Hunter raid buff in your comp. What were you thinking, right? So like some things, and you just completely missed on the healer comp, which is very oftenly, wow, that's an insane proc. Very often the case. It's triple LA. Oh yeah, it is triple LA. True. So now we're gonna look at what you guys got right. So we did this on Illyria. Because like, you know, there was nothing to do for 4 days. So we just saw where we were at Illyria and saw how many you guys got right. You got 13 again. Not a great mark, but also Illyria is kind of a meme boss. So who cares? Let's see what it ended up being. Oh, this isn't looking good. Oh, wait, it is looking good, right? I feel like this is looking better than I expected. I feel like Lura got... Okay, so what did we run for Lura? We ran this. We ran this. Oh, wait, no. Oh, it looks really bad. I'm comparing it to Illyria. That's really... This is not looking good. I think this is... Because we have to actually compare it to, like... Here, I'll even remove this to make it easier. We're comparing it to this. This is looking bad. Okay, we did end up running a rogue, so that's fun. Here, I'll make this look a little easier here. Oh, no. Just so they're next to each other, you know? We need half credit on blood? No. You were wrong. I did make you guys choose AUG or Dev. Is it unfair? Not really, because they're both DPS, but also AUG's a support, and I decide what's fair. Okay. Ellie, Hunter, yes, you got that. Warlock, double Warlock, okay. Singular Mage, and what else did we play? Something. We played something. Oh yeah, Rhett. Chungus. All right, let's see what you guys got right. Tank comp completely fucking goofed it. What are you thinking? All right, healer comp. You got your first class right and your second class right, but unfortunately missed on the other two. You guys thought we were going to play a fucking Holy Paladin? Explain. Explain. What do you mean? What do you mean we were going to play a Holy Paladin? This was end of Heroic Week. Like, you... Right, like, am I... Hold on. Did Holy Paladins, like, look good after Heroic? There's no way. Guys, what are we doing here? And was Rep Paladin looking bad after Heroic Week? Or something? I mean, Rep Paladin's like... I mean, Prop Paladin is actually terrible, but like... I mean, Rep Paladin's chilling. They're looking great. They're like a upper middle of the pack class. And then Holy Paladin's horrible and Prop Paladin's horrible. I feel like... Do we at least think that it is... You guys should have probably got this. I think you should have probably got this. I think it's okay for all of us to admit when we've messed up sometimes. I feel like y'all messed up a little bit on that one. It's okay. Some of you guys were trying to put red in the comp, but the rest of the chat did not believe you. But that's how it goes. You guys are a hive mind. You have to work together. Okay. So, you guys got Rogue right. Which you did not on Illyria. Crazy you would think that we would play a raid buff. You got single DH right. Excellent. You missed double DH, though. You thought we were going to play a DPS warrior, which DPS warrior's fine. Yeah, they're fine. DK? You guys thought we would run one DK. Facts. We ran two, but we did definitely run one. You thought we would run one AUG. You got that right, too. You thought we would run an LE. You got that right. You thought we would run a Shadow Priest. Ooh. We did not do that. Unfortunately, they can't really move, and there are 100 glaives on that fight. You thought we would run 2 hunters. Okay, you kind of nailed that. That was smart. I don't know if you guys did that based on Sims or whatever, or if... I mean, so this Hunter was a super slam dunk, honestly, because if you knew there was a Denathrius split phase mechanic where there was 2 separate bosses, which was just simply written in the fucking dungeon journal, it is obvious that you need 2 Hunter's Marks. So I don't know if that's what made you all come to that conclusion, but that was right. It's also a large reason why there's double DH. Okay, and then 2 Warlocks. Now, this was, I think, just because you guys thought Warlock was strong. For what it's worth, Demo was nerfed a bit before or after you guys voted on this. But you did end up still getting this right. And then you did not guess Ret, and you did get Mage. Oh, I was at 12 again. 2 gates. I mean, you don't need gate. Right? It's like a very slight damage loss to not gate. It's almost as if this is really hard to predict. Really? I feel like if I would have tried to predict it, I would have gotten this pretty right. What would I have gotten wrong? What did we run on Allura, or what did we run on Allura that if you were to ask me beginning of the tier, I would have been wrong? Tank comp, well, okay. We were running double Guardian on every boss until they nerfed them the Monday before Mythic. Because they were just, I mean, dude, they used to do like, I think they got nerfed by like 30 or 40% DPS the day before Mythic came out. Not even on the Friday before Mythic, like the day before. So I would have guessed double Guardian, but that would have been with outdated information. At the beginning of Heroic Week, I would have not guessed that we actually ran a single monk. Maybe one monk. Because you wanted to play one monk on Vanguards because of the revival requirement of you just need one monk for that fight. I wouldn't have guessed two monks. I think we were pretty locked in on like double Prez until they nerfed it. And then we were pretty locked in on like, it was like double Prez, double disc, or double Prez monk disc. And then monk throughout Heroic Week, it went from 0 to 1 to 2. Hunters were, I mean, we had 7 hunters for prepared for Vanguards. So hunters were obviously a lock. We were planning on 2. Ellie's the only viable shaman buff in the race. 2 Augs was a lock, although you could have ran more. We ran 3 Augs on a few bosses this tier. Aug is extremely broken. 2 DHs, you kind of need 2 Chaos Brands, so that's in the comp. Rogue is, we didn't know a ton about Midnight Falls, but we assumed that a lot of the damage would be sourced to the boss instead of the environment, so you kind of just figured Rogue would have to be extremely bad on a boss that is most likely attributing its damage to itself to not play, because the Trophic Poison is just crazy. Like, imagine just progressing an end boss without a 3% passive DR in your whole raid. Like, most end bosses, that would just be a completely ridiculous thought. They would have to be terrible. And they were fine for that fight. DKs, you just assumed you needed grips. So, have a couple of those prepared. We wanted to play 3 DPS DKs. They're very good damage on that fight. Max, whose idea was it to bring Trill in for the bird? I think a mixture of Lummel and Bubba. Max, didn't you guys run 500s on Vanguard? Was that planned? Well, of course. I mean, you can't like just be like, oh, whoops, Hunter's really good. Let's play these Hunters that have no gear. You can't do that. You have the answer to that is always yes, because they were geared specifically for that reason, or else they wouldn't have been geared enough to do it. And then Rhett was the only viable Paladin buff. So Rhett's the only viable Paladin buff. Ellie's the only viable Shaman buff for the race. Anything outside of the race, everything's viable all the time. Yeah, I guess Double Warlock was more of a... It just seemed like between the 3 specs of Warlock, there's always something that's really good. And that ended up being true. Max, in hindsight, do you now think it's the most optimal comp, or would you have made some changes? Well, the boss changed a little bit. So before before the secret phase, you had to do like 3% less boss damage. In which case you would always play Rogue. As soon as the secret phase happened, I think if you were to know what the fight was from the start, I don't know if you would play a Rogue. Because their damage is like a lot worse than like maybe another DK or another AUG. But that's just for like the world first race. Like starting even the reset that happened today, like you would just never sit a Trophic Poison. You're talking about very thin margins. I mean, yeah, like the best damage comp for consistently getting into the last phase with like all your cooldowns is like definitely Singular Guardian Druid, probably second disc, but we didn't think relearning would make sense at that point. Second disc over Monk, probably. But like you don't need that much damage. I know it sounds stupid, but like, I mean, we weren't playing a disc, and like a disc over a Monk is definitely like pretty solid raid DPS. Not as much as Guardian over Blood DK. But they went disc over Resto Druid, which is a massive jump. Monk actually does some damage, so... something like this? Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. How much relearning would the second disc have been if combined with the last minute bear swap? The last minute bear swap required exactly 0 relearning. Very surprised by that. If I knew that, we would have played it the previous day instantly. Literally everything was easy. Dropping a DK, it made no sense. Yeah. Would I have let's see. Max, do you talk to Blizzard to see how they designed the boss to be killed versus your strat? Are there little tricks? I mean, no. I think like at BlizzCon I was chopping it up with an encounter designer and he told me like I asked him that exact question and I think he had like a few examples. I don't think this raid there would be anything like that though. Like there is no like other way to kill Lura. There's just like maybe the P2 strat was different than what they imagined. But P3 is like, I mean, there's only like really one way to do it. P4 there's really only one way to do it. Maybe they ran left instead of right. You know. Now Illyria last phase I imagine was different than what they prepared. Like the gateway to a different platform in like a 0.5 second window to spawn the ad on the correct platform, that didn't... I do not think that they intended that. Did you think they imagined you two-phasing Bellerin? I mean, I assume so, because like on the first day on Heroic, people were one-phasing it. We were one-phasing it on Heroic, so I imagine they had to... I mean, they're giving you a boss where you can potentially choose to not progress a third phase of the fight by just adding damage and making the other phases harder. I mean, for us, it was a no-brainer. I don't know if doing a third phase of that boss would have been humanly possible. Belloran was so hard. The bird phase of Belloran is crazy as fuck. And in the last phase, it's 4 quills and there's more orbs. And there's like different orb patterns. Like I don't even know if we could have done it. Like we basically looked at it as like we're barely even able to do the second Belloran phase. I don't even think the last phase is possible. So even though it sounds cursed, we have to kill this boss in 2 eggs because the other option is not viable. Max, why on P2 do you have to change the line position for the basketball soak? Why not just go to the marker every time? Because they don't all rotate evenly. If you do it all in the same, I mean, maybe you can split the difference and always go on the marker and it will always hit. But it just looks sketchy. So it's like kind of in between 2 planets. So if you're off by like a pixel, it hit the other one. Max, why is Moonkin not use it all? Because Guardian's like just insane damage from a tank. Like basically the reason that you don't play Moonkin is because Guardian is so good. Like Moonkin's fine. It's just Guardian is like when you're bringing a raid buff, you look at raid DPS. It's like, okay, how much worse is Moonkin than the single best class you would bring here? It's like, okay, it's like 10k, whatever. But it's like, how much are you gaining of raid DPS by playing a Guardian over something else? It's massively more. So it's like, Moonkin has no chance. Like, Moonkin could even be, like, among the best DPS in the game, but you know it's always going to be worse raid damage overall to play a Moonkin over a Guardian if you have access to everything, so you just don't play it. It's just Guardian's just too good. Which is, by the way, like, really weird, like, that that's a thing, but... yeah, I don't know. Basically, as soon as you have a raid buff, you are now competing with every other spec for a DPS spot, which there's a lot of DPS specs and not that many raid spots, so it's just hard. Max, why are you not using Feral? Same reason as Moonkin. It's just not good enough after you already have a Druid buff. I do enjoy the pre-raid single target sims that makes people think Feral is going to be brought every single tier only for people to not understand how anything works and thinking about sims at all ever. Max, when you first saw the secret phase, did you think that phase would take this long to kill? I know you guys took like a 15-minute break after seeing it. Yeah, immediately we were like coping and we were like, dude, the phase is super free. It's like some Lich King shit, bro. Just everyone's got to be alive and then it just like basically kills itself. We had like a 33% thing data mine. We're like, yo, maybe it dies at 33%. Turns out that data mining was like the auto phase transition on the heroic version of the boss if you like do too much damage in P1 or P2 maybe. No, it's P1. Yeah, I don't know. We like coped a little bit because obviously if the phase was really hard, we got fucked. Like just timing fucked. Like, okay, let's spend the whole day progressing this really hard phase that's almost impossible to even get to, only for our competition to wake up on a fresh day with all this information. That is, if you were to craft a scenario that is extremely bad, it is that. It is the worst thing you could do, actually. And that's what we were doing. So, and all of us know that. So we're like, this fucking sucks. And yeah, it just felt like really bad. But then we were like, okay, the phase is free. And then we like saw it a little more and we're like, okay, it's not really as free. And then we did some math and we're like, nah, it's kind of free. And then we're like, well, it's not really free because you just never get there. And then we woke up and killed it. It was amazing. Max, how hyped were you guys when you woke up and saw they didn't kill? Like, do you want to put a number on it? We were feeling it was great. Losing would have been bad, and we did not lose when we woke up, so it was great. Why are feral sims misleading? All sims are misleading. Sims are created to sim your like talents and your gear and things to like optimize your current character. Maybe what stats are best, stuff like that. That's it. That's what they were created for. But what idiots do is they like try to use extremely different quality sims across every spec in the game and assume that is a good indicator for what class balance will be when they come out. And by the way, all those sims are 5-minute no movement single target sims, which are what I could not possibly imagine is a bigger meme. And it's still, and I'll say this now, and next tier, every opinion when you guys rank these is going to be purely based off of just irrelevant information. It's extreme beast shit. To be fair, it's either that or just guessing. Yeah, I mean, it's the only thing you have. It's just like known to not be accurate. Max, how is you getting to P4 right before bed different than Echo getting P3 right before bed? Wait, you mean how is us getting P4 right before they go to bed versus Echo getting P3 right before they go to bed? I think that's what you're saying. There is no difference. It's the exact same thing. Us getting there or them getting there doesn't matter. What matters is, so the race is interesting, right? Like, here's basically what happens. Basically, near the end of these races, there's a little bit of luck involved. Here's the start of the race, and here's the down here at the bottom left, and here, or I guess here's maybe we'll start from the top left because that's like you could look at it as like boss HP technically. Okay, so here's progressing the end boss, right? So we're like doing this, and we start ahead of Echo, and then like naturally, usually when we get to the end boss, not really the case this tier because we did more splits and stuff, but like Echo starts later, and then they're going to progress a little faster because they have some information. And we're going to hit a roadblock, and they're going to wake up on a fresh day, and then now they're getting it lower than us, and now we're asleep, right? But whatever. Okay, so Echo keeps getting it lower, and now we wake up, and we have information, and we fucking shoot ahead of them, and then this just repeats and repeats and repeats, and we keep going lower, and we keep stealing. Everyone's a thief. We're all stealing from each other, and then naturally, you're just trying to get the boss to 0% by doing this flip-flop thing. Over and over again. These are the two guilds. And yeah, it does look a lot like DNA. Okay, and then a guild gets here, and then like getting to the very end is hard, and then the other guild wakes up, and they're like, okay, fuck it, we'll come down here too. Fuck that. And then this keeps happening, and then let's just say at any point you were to cut off the race. We'll just do a red line. Let's say when the boss was naturally going to die is not at the bottom, and it's actually right here. We lose. Now, what happens if we get to... Oh, the paint is so much worse than my little magic pen. I should have used my magic pen. Fuck. Or what happens if the race ends right now? I forget which line we are, but right here. Okay, now we win. Yay, we win. We like winning. Oh, Control Z, dude. So true. So true. Okay. It's just like a little random, and like basically what it would have been as soon as Echo went to bed and like P4 doesn't die before they wake up, it just means that like the end of the race would most likely, and just from experience, would most likely end up in a situation where like the end is most likely going to favor their flip-flop, where sometimes it favors our flip-flop. Sometimes we wake up with good information, they're getting tired, we're fresh, we have great pulls, they get tilted, they're tired, they're hungry, whatever, and like... And then we win almost based on like just the timing of when these last bosses are going to die. Some bosses aren't as hard and they die over here. And sometimes they die all the way down here because they're insane. And like it just kind of depends on what can be stolen and when. So basically when we got to that phase, it doesn't matter if it was us or them. The fact that we were going to progress that phase for the rest of the day because we were both basically at the same point. They could have saw it first for sure, right? It just meant that we were going... It was most likely a scenario where we were going to be cooked, which it was and should have been, for sure. Does that answer your question? Does that like make sense? Max, how did you manage traffic rules for the last memory game in P3 with no comms? I'll show you. Sorry, I was messaging someone. Let's check this shit out. Midnight Falls. Let me show you the orientation I used. It was not super static. Like each group kind of came up with their own thing that they liked. So this one's obvious. So, so circle, triangle, T. So in this scenario, I always had the first. Okay, so they spawn next to each other. That was pretty easy. You don't have to do this move. Let me actually do a different one because they. Okay, so this is the last one. I'll go over that in a second. It's like the first one of the phase. I think they get the first memory game, yeah. So like right now, the first one is Diamond. Diamonds, the rule here is the first group waits for the constellation, and then they meet under the boss. So they would go here, and they would go here. And no one else moves. If you have one of these other mechanics, you are banned from fucking moving. We actually had a few wipes where people tried to like get out of the way, but then you just like crash into someone else. So then after that, the T's go together, and then if we're slow, the last group here, the circles, could wait until the constellation to go away, and you still have 1 second after to do it. Can you touch non-marked people? Yeah, you can run over non-marked people, but if you don't connect these in the correct order, it's an instant raid wipe, and if any of the markers run into each other that are not the same marker, you instantly die. Like it's like Star Augur. Bro, this boss had Dimensius raid split, Star Augur marks, a fucking memory game for the first time ever. Glaives, probably the single hardest mechanic ever in P1, just fucking insane. And Fyrax seeds the whole fight. That is like, they basically just took like every single famous hard mechanic and just slapped it on a fight. This is why last week everyone's like, bro, Liquid's gonna go in there on Tuesday and just like kill everything before EU gets the reset. And I'm sitting here like, bro, if we kill that boss in one day, something insane has happened, because it could be easy and it would still be hard. You know what I mean? Like, it's so, like, talk about binary pass fail things. Like, literally doing anything. If you lose a single player in the first like 3 minutes of this fight, the pull's instantly over. You don't have enough kicks to even possibly kick terminate, unless you play a Resto Shaman, which you shouldn't do that. And even assigning backups for those is like, how the fuck do you even do that? You don't have a crazy weak or a solution anymore. You like can't do a really good interrupt macro or interrupt like weak or like you used to. Okay, so that's how this worked. Last phase, okay. Or last part of P3. Okay, so you get the 4 marks. They're T, triangle, circle, X. So that means T goes first. How we assigned this is like, if you notice, some people are closer to the boss. Like the exact circle we're spreading around is like this. And clearly these people are farther from the boss than these people. So the rule was, if you are farther away from the boss, you run to the person who is closer to the boss and no one else moves. So how this should be done is this person goes here, and then after this happens, triangles, this person would go here, then circles would go here to here, and then X's would go here to here. Now, this is not completely optimal because this involves usually ranged moving to melee, which is like technically a DPS loss, because like most melee can hit from ranged and most ranged lose damage from moving. Did you just draw a basketball? Yep. And that's basically how we did it. This was the first idea we had, and I don't think it's like the best idea or whatever. It's just like, there's like probably 5 or 6 ways you could come up with some kind of convention for this that are all very similar, and you just have to choose one and never change it so no one's ever confused, and that's just what we did. Because you can't meet in the middle. If you meet in the middle, you double cleave this person, which is bad anyway, because like almost one-shots you. And then also this person has a seed, so then you would spawn soaks everywhere, which we unfortunately do on some pulls because it's still a little confusing. So they go there, circles go there, fired up goes here, and then they're good. And then on the other side, using Liquid Armory, I can instantly swap point of views right before the other side's mechanic. This group never got quite as good of a spread. They also didn't get the mechanic as much, so they never got as good at it. But they have X first, so how this would work... X already went, and then after this, on this one the constellation timer is really tight, so we don't have the people go right away. So we do the first one and then we wait. So this time Chungus Hole went to THD. This is just like this group. This doesn't follow the same sequence, but this guy loses no damage from running off the boss basically, and THD loses damage while moving. So they just had an agreement that like, hey, if it's ever like me and you, I'll come to you, which is probably a little confusing for most players. I maybe don't recommend that you do that, but for us, the optimization really mattered. And then what's the second one? After these T's, then we get diamonds. So that would be Yargi moving on top of Chungus Life, except Yargi's just not moving. See, yeah, so this is a problem. So Yargi just waits too long. He should just go. I'm literally telling him to go right now. Actually, I might have said wait for constellations, but obviously you don't have to wait for a constellation that's not in between you and the person you need to change on. So Wall Life is probably thinking like, yo, when's this little Yargi idiot gonna come over here? He's taking too long. And then Yargi waits for the constellation to go away to start moving, but then he moves, and now they've cleared on top of the seed person, creating soaks. This is very dangerous. But you can kind of figure it out. And then... yeah, then we ended up getting the two circles to go together. But these soaks are, like, not too bad in this phase. Okay, and then Zevi died because I believe visuals on this fight are bad. Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at this. You want to see why Zevi dies? You guys remember when we drew the lines through the constellations earlier? Right? About how exactly they pick people, and it's like... by the way, this is the other group's constellation. But guess what? Guess where there's a constellation circle you can't see because it's under this light siphon. It's right here. And in 3, 2, 1, our priest is dead. Yay. So, yeah, visuals on this fight, major difficulty increase, unfortunately. Max, did you guys also have someone from outside the raid clicking on icons in order like Echo, or did your players click keybinds? No, we had our players do it. We thought about outside the raid. You can see Zevi's doing it right now. Zevi is... I'm calling it, so I don't think he's looking at the markers. He's probably calling what I'm saying. But, yeah. Zevi clicks X right now. He clicks T right now. He clicks diamond right now. He dies. Because he's clicking while a thing is completely invisible, which is great. But I mean, he clicked this most of the time and didn't die. Mostly because he could see it. It looks like healers and tanks. Yeah, it's because of P1. We thought about the analyst thing, but it was just, we don't want to have an analyst just like chained to their computer doing this. They could probably be more useful. And our healers and tanks felt like it wasn't hard to do from being in the raid and doing it. So we did that. Also, we thought that even though what we were doing was completely above board, and we told Blizzard how we were going to use raid chat for maybe a tool like this a few months ago, we knew that it was going to look really bad on stream, and I mean, it did. Like people saw it, and immediately it was like this huge deal, even though it was like the most basic thing ever. But like when you look at it initially, you're like, it looks like some automated Archimon bullshit. So you're like, holy fuck, this is not above board, right? And then we thought, okay, this tool's really great. We have this. This will really help us win. And we don't really want Blizzard to be that mad about it because it's like people in a raid communicating with each other, right? But as soon as you have someone outside the raid do it, I could see Blizzard being infinitely more mad at you doing that. And that wouldn't ever result in them banning us or anything. it would just maybe make them try to nuke it or something, and then that would affect us negatively. So we didn't do it for the reason that it would be annoying. It would waste an analyst, and then also, we didn't want to piss Blizzard off. Max, picking Disc over Holy, is it purely a DPS decision, or is Disc just better for the damage pattern? I mean, Disc is just better than Holy. You can just leave it at that. I don't understand how they nuked your P1 kick tracker, but not Echoes. That looked way worse to me, honestly. What? You don't know why they nerfed the mobs all having like a crazy fucking unique identifier over their nameplate? Like, I feel like that was the most broken ass looking shit. Like, all it was doing was basically just automatically marking them. But it just looked so stupid that I think Blizzard was like, yeah, this looks so bad. Dude, it's so funny. I can show you what we sent them a few months ago. The exact picture. Let me see if I can find. It's going to be quite a scroll. Yeah, here it is. Hey, Blizzard, here's what we're doing. Basically, because you can't automatically mark things anymore, we found a way to basically just like on any random targets, just display some information about the target that isn't secret, that just simply allows you to make them distinct from one another for marking, like automatic marking reasons. And they saw this, and they like acknowledged that they saw it. And they were whatever, like, yeah, we get it. Thank you for reporting this. And then it was like right after we showed this on let me see if I can find this. When did we get to when do we pull like these raids? Is it? I'm trying to find the other message. Oh yeah, how are you accomplishing the behavior here? Showing up with the interrupt tracker. Oh, that's a different thing. Yeah, the like number, and then we told them, and then they fixed that. But it was before this. But it was funny. They were like, upon seeing this in action, we actually hate this. And yeah, then they nuked it. You should have seen the caster's reaction when you guys showed this off. It was hilarious. Ooh, actually, I kind of do want to watch that. Wait, sorry, one thing I want to... Where's the Echo Q&A? Was it on their stream?
They absolutely just need to keep their heads here. They've lost a person every single time they've...
And I just like couldn't find it earlier today? Scribe did it on his channel. Oh, yeah, I don't usually react to that. Max, is this going to be the new norm? Sending Blizz screenshots to see how far you can push add-ons? That's not really what we're doing. Basically, there's just ways to get around secret values, which they clearly hid so you couldn't like do crazy shit with it. And there's still some crazy shit you can't do, to be clear. But yeah, we basically don't want to be in a position where we don't prepare these things and then our opponents do, and then apparently it's okay, and then we're in a bad spot. We basically prepared everything we thought was possible, But obviously we don't want to be using this shit. So we're like, hey, we're planning on using this. Is this okay? And then also, if you want to fix it, here's exactly how it works. And they fixed a ton of shit based on our reporting to them, which I think is good for everybody. And then, yeah, but I mean, we kind of can't be in that position. We can't prepare that stuff and then not ask them if it's okay and then use it and then like get banned. That's not an option, right? So you have to do something. How's it feel being the back-to-back-to-back champions of WoW? It feels, honestly, every win feels the same. It does not feel more significant every time we win in a row. Every time you win, it means you're not depressed for 6 months, and there could be no higher stakes than that, so it doesn't matter if it's like consecutive. It's like, oh, it's like relief. Max, thoughts on Echo having a 10% wipe where one player didn't move with blast prior to you getting the kill? It's like what that guy said earlier. It's like, Max, how did it feel that Echo could have killed the boss before you killed it, but then they messed up and didn't? Like, well, first of all, I guess that's awesome. Like, I'm glad that happened, right? Because that would have been not good if they did kill it. But I mean, also to kill a boss, usually you need to have people not kill your whole raid. That's kind of the point. So, like, literally the entire last phase is just not having one person kill your whole raid. That's just what it is. Max, with how good Windwalker is in damage amp scenarios, was there any thought to bring it in? The last phase isn't like a damage. I don't know. No, there was not a thought of bringing Windwalker in. To answer your question. Do you fear that if Echo keeps on losing, they will disband? Nah. I think they would maybe disband if they were getting shit on. Like, if you keep losing and, like, you're getting fucking smoked and you don't have a chance, then maybe. Like, I could see that being true of us. Like, if we lose a raid, but I thought we played really well and someone else was just better, we wouldn't die. But if we ever did a raid and, like, everything went wrong and we were trash, like, I don't know, we could die. Because, like, what are we even doing here? You know, if that's the case. Like, what would we have to change for this not to be true if it went that poorly? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think so. Echo's been really good, so no. What's your favorite moment this race? The Shaq Wordle thing? Yeah, the Shaq Wordle thing is one of the funniest things that's ever happened in my life. That is very funny. You don't think they risk losing sponsors? No, funny enough, the Race to World First esport is and getting sponsors and stuff is actually like kind of just based on viewership and hype and interest, because that's actually what makes you money, and because you don't get a single thing for winning at all. You at all, right? Like, and business is good, so I imagine they'll be fine. Max, if Echo or another guild got world first, would you ever tell the raid right away or wait to keep morale high? Yeah, we'd definitely, like, you know, talk for a few minutes, talk about the tier, probably take a long break if it's in the middle of the day, because, like, obviously, what are we even doing now? It doesn't matter. And then if it was even past, like, 10 p.m. at night, we would, which we normally raid till midnight, we would instantly just end our raid and just start again tomorrow. Because, like, as soon as you lose world first, everything's irrelevant, and people are really exhausted and would like to sleep, so. Max, Echo keep pulling the boss when other guilds killed it. They don't take a break. Yeah, I've always found that very fascinating about them. We mentioned, I talked about this earlier, but I don't, apparently their players vote to keep going or not. And that means their players are voting yes, which is just, they are just built crazy different than us. Because if we put a vote up at fucking midnight after losing to continue pulling after we've already lost, the answer would be all 20 people saying no. And if I even questioned that, they would kill me in real life. And I don't understand what the difference is between the two guilds in that way. But it is a noticeable difference. I don't really understand it. Max, it was frustrating to watch you guys take so many breaks before you guys won. Some of those breaks were not planned. We actually had a player who was not feeling well. They were like literally throwing up. So, I mean, get back in your chair. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do? Dude fucking throwing up mid pull. Like, so yeah, I mean, you can't really do anything about that. And then, yeah. So the thing is, we've learned this before, like even in this scenario where we have been in this Demencia situation and literally a day before we actually won, we were in this situation. We're like, I mean, hey, you're in a battle for first and it's lunchtime. What do? You keep pulling. Okay, what happens an hour from now? What happens 2 hours from now? And now your pulls are getting exponentially worse because everyone's hungry, which is probably even worse than being tired as far as your performance. So like you can't, at some point you just have to do it, right? Also, for people who are at home, they are for people at home, they like have to order food and it has to be there at a certain time. People at the EU facility and the NA facility, the food is made at a certain time. If you do it an hour or two later, you're eating cold food. You know what I'm saying? Like that, you kind of just have to eat lunch. Also, breaks are not a negative thing. Like if people feel like Race World First viewers are just like, why would you ever break? Like, bro, breaks are so OP. You come back from a break and you just straight fuck bosses. Like break giving these people a break to like walk around and come back to their computer on such an insanely hard fight, they play so much better. And yeah, I mean, obviously viewers don't understand that. And I mean, also there was one awkward moment. It was before we knew there was a secret phase and we were like, both Echo and us were wiping really low and we went to take our lunch and I have to do ad reads during my lunch break. And like, I'm sitting here and I know that all of chat is like, just like, how are they taking a break? I don't understand. You could lose at any moment. How are you possibly doing this? And then I like unmute my mic to my stream, or I mute my TeamSpeak just to talk straight to my stream. I'm like, hey guys, let me like tell you about our clothes. Have you ever heard about Liquid Armory? What about Alienware? And they're just like, bro, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like you're like, this is happening and you're doing an ad right now. Max, in terms of nerfs for Wind Chime, do you think it would have been an over nerf if they made the interrupts stunnable and silenceable? I mean, yeah, that would have been a massive nerf, yeah, to P1. It's really hard to do those kicks. They're like really fast. Dude, it's so funny. Before your raid started, everyone's telling Aya to run to your hotel to wake you guys up hours early. Yeah, I mean, people just don't understand. Like, yeah. There's sleep and breaks are the Race to World First viewers' kryptonite. They just have no concept of how that works or why you would do those things. But it's like, dude, Echo's like having really good pulls. That means you should wake up after you stayed up 2 hours late. We stayed up 2 hours late and started our raid 1 hour late. So we ended up losing an hour of sleep that we normally get. And what, we're going to lose 2 more hours of sleep? By the way, after people like drank caffeine to stay up to like go all night and and they probably slept like 3 or 4 hours because they thought they might lose. Like, oh yeah, let's just wake them up even earlier and just come in and just not be able to even pull the boss because you'll be so bad at it. You know, like people just don't understand. Like, dude, when you wake up after a fresh, good sleep, you're performing just so much better. Like, basically look at it this way. Like when we are choosing to, like, sleep as long as we do, we are making what we believe is the decision that will help us kill the boss as fast as possible. For us. So, like, you don't really think about another team as much in that scenario. You're just like, what is going to kill the boss faster for us? And oftentimes getting an extra hour of sleep will actually have you kill the boss faster than not. Max, are you guys taking a fuck ton of creatine after all the recent research about how good it is for brain power? I know we've been using creatine for a few races. Our players, I remember, like, people have gotten like headaches while playing the game, and then like they'll just like slam a shitload of creatine and feel amazing after they like shit their brains out. Because like if you mix caffeine and creatine, it's like not great. But yeah, it does help headaches a little bit. And then, yeah, I mean, I creatine blasted one day. I was feeling a little down one day, talked to Nada about it, and she was like, yeah, I know you don't normally take this much creatine. I take 5 milligrams for like athletic performance. But I've never like blasted like 15 to 20 before, and it was noticeable. Like it was when like late into a day and you're already just peak exhausted from doing this for so long, like it is very sad. Like it is noticeably better. Max, Echo and Liquid were total opposite on breaks. Echo were constantly pushing to cut breaks and food short, and you guys weren't letting that happen. I would love to cut our breaks short, but again, I make most of the decisions in the guild under the premise that I don't want the raiders to kill me in real life. And we've tried to like shorten our breaks before in previous tiers, and they want me dead. So I've learned that clearly that's important to them, and it helps them reset, and certain breaks aren't long enough to actually like eat food or like actually mentally reset from the pulls. So yeah. Who are you the most afraid of killing you? In the guild, I mean, you're basically asking like, I mean, the killing thing is like obviously hyperbole. Like, who gets the most upset about like shorter break times? Probably, I mean, this tier Yips was just like over this tier because we had just been playing for like so long. But that wasn't like anything to do with anyone. But also like EU has their food ready at a certain time, and it was like pre-made because like obviously during our dinner time, it's like in the middle of the night for them. They don't have a chef there in the middle of the night. So they have food that they heat up in an oven and then they eat, and like it's ready at a certain time. And like if what Yips got mad about was it's like dinner time, the race isn't going to end anytime soon. And like we had a good pull, and Boomy did a like pull. Boomy's like and this is good, you need these people in your guild. Boomy's like just keep doing pull timers, like let's just keep pulling the boss. And he did one at like 7:04 p.m. and we just did an extra pull, and that made Yips really mad. And I think that was valid too. Like we talked about it afterwards, and we're like, yeah, we shouldn't have done that, and which made sense. But I don't think who's most likely to kill you. Basically, who complains the most about. I mean, definitely Suri when he was here. Like Suri, if you stayed up a minute past your bedtime for any reason, we were all dead. We were all fucking dead. And now he's in Echo. Yeah, exactly. Which is like, we talk about that all the time. Like, that was literally what we were talking about in Current Raiders yesterday, because we were like, they lost, and then now they're playing into the middle of the night. And like, bro, if we ever did that in our guild, he would kill all of us. in game, right? No. No, not in game. Real kill. Did he leave or get replaced? He got offered from Echo, and we didn't match it. Like, basically, Echo offered him more money than we pay any of our players, and we just didn't think it would be fair to pay him that over our other players, so we didn't do that. But I think he also just, like, maybe wanted to go there. I don't know. Like, like, for some Europeans, playing on NA doesn't really matter. Maybe you're a degenerate and you stay up all night anyway, and then it's like NA hours doesn't really bother you. But they, some Europeans live a more normal lifestyle, and maybe they, like, have some friends on EU that they play with, and, like, it's really hard to juggle an EU account and an NA account and have an EU sleep schedule and play NA farm times. And I think that he was one of those people where that just, like, didn't work very well for him. But yeah. Is Echo able to compete on salary? I mean, I don't know. I know, generally speaking, over the past few years, we have definitely been able to pay our players more. I don't know what their pay structure is as far as, like, per player, if it's tiered or whatever. But I know that the average rater in our guild, this is, like, maybe outdated information, at least as of a year ago this was true, makes more, and it used to be significantly more. But yeah, they made I don't know if they, like, are paying Suri a lot more than they pay the rest of their players because, like, healers are super hard to find, or, like, they wanted to entice him to join, and maybe that would really help them. I'm not actually, I don't know anything about their financial situation, but yeah. Max, at this point, does winning or getting second actually affect income for the guild? Like, in the short term, no. But, like, I feel like when it comes to re-signing with Team Liquid, I think winning absolutely matters. Like, Team Liquid prides themselves on winning. Like, I think they care about winning more than, like, every other NA esports org. They fucking are obsessed with that shit. So, like, I think it would affect their ability to re-sign us, which would give us more value, which would make us more money. So in that way, yes. But we are just getting off, like, a 5 or 6 year deal with them. So, like, in between that time, like, when we weren't re-signing with them, I don't think it really would have mattered, no. Because, like, your viewership's kind of the same either way. Max, has anyone left or been cut since winning this tier? No, we were happy with people this tier. I at least personally, I don't think we're gonna demote anyone, but maybe that's wrong. Sometimes people getting demoted isn't because they're doing anything wrong. It's because they don't fill a very specific niche for the guild anymore, and, like, also, like, if you're not constantly recruiting to improve your roster, even if you're happy with your roster, you're, like, falling behind, right? If there's talent out there. But yeah, currently, no, we're pretty happy with our whole guild. So, does someone other than you make roster calls? Yeah, all the officers do that. Did Yargi pass his trial? We don't do trials. Who are the officers in Liquid? Me and Scott are co-GMs, and then, but I mean, that's not the question you asked. Me, Scott, Nick, Boom, Zasevi, Bubba, Lummel, Dorovan. Did I nail that? Did I nail that shit? I think I did. Yeah. Does Tags count? Tags has not been around the guild for years. But Tags was an officer. Ben was an officer. Ben still has officer rank in our Discord now, even though he hasn't played here in over 1,000 days. He's just still there. He fucking pipes up every now and then. But also, we play games all the time. Max, do you happen to remember who you benched during Halanders because of poor bomb performance? Yes. Have you considered putting Hopeful on a different class because you already have Fired Up on Mage? How do you decide which one to run? I mean, yeah. I mean, if there's a tier where we think Mage is terrible and you're only running one for the raid buff, we could absolutely have Hopeful play something else. We have a few classes that make sense for that. But this tier and like most tiers, you like kind of always want 2 mages ready to go. So he'll probably end up playing mage like 90+% of the time. Him and Fired Up work really well together, as far as I can see. How do you avoid players from getting burnt out? You try to not make them make 20 characters when an expansion comes out, but unfortunately, we're not doing very well at that right now. Why did you bench Hopeful for Lura? We didn't bench. I feel like that comes with like a negative connotation. We just weren't playing 2 mages, so. Max, are you actually retiring? No. I love doing this. I don't... The only thing I've ever thought about with, like, stopping doing this is I don't know if it's healthy for me. Like, when the race is, like, getting close to the end, I legit, like, struggle to go to sleep. And I am, like, waking up with my stomach in knots all day just seeing how far another guild got. And I don't eat. I barely sleep. And, like, I don't know if that's, like, good for me as, like, a human. Like, I don't know exactly what that is. Like, maybe some people, when they compete in things, like, that just doesn't affect them. They're just, like, built crazy, and they just don't... They don't have those feelings. They just, like, are normal. But I'm not. So, I just care too much. So, I just feel like it's, like, probably really bad for me. I lose, like, a lot of weight every race from that. Like, bad weight, right? I don't really need to lose weight, and I lose weight anyway. Max, do you dream about the fights during the race? I do, but they're not good dreams. My girlfriend says that I raid lead in my sleep. Like, I, like, sleep talk, and I don't do that all year round, except for when the race is happening. And I usually wake up and I'm like really stressing out over figuring out how a certain mechanic works. And then it takes me a while to realize that I'm trying to solve a mechanic that doesn't exist. Like basically posing the question in my head of like, what if this fight had like a healing absorb, and it just doesn't. And I'm just like literally racking my brain on how the fuck we could even handle that on top of how hard the boss is. And then I have to like remember that that's not actually a mechanic. Like some kind of like PTSD shit. It's really weird. It happens every race. Bro, maybe you should quit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I don't like that. I'm pretty sure this shit is like at the end of near the like when I'm old, like I'm gonna be fucked. Just straight fucked. Like my brain is gonna be ruined. Watch the cams thing. All right, where can I even find this?
What is that?
Was it after the race? It was after your interview. Oh, is it blowing up? It might be blowing up. Oh no, this is still working. I don't know if anyone else uses Firefox, but I've noticed specifically on Twitch, it'll just blow, like Twitch will just blow up and not work for like a full minute and then it's fine. It's just Twitch? I mean, I don't have it work on any other browser. Maybe it's other things too. See, it's like completely broken right now, and then in a minute it'll be fine. Here we go.
Somebody is.
So they were doing the credits. Okay.
And it's up, then it's up, then it's up.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started with this very shortly. So just to talk through the run of show with everybody on the broadcast line and the talent here, we're going to start with our pre-roll. We'll hit a
I've never been good at public speaking.
We'll go over to casters. We don't have an establisher. We'll tag them with a triple lower third. They'll thank the sponsors.
I've been told that my dry manner of speech can be off-putting and cringe.
No, okay, no lower third for that one. We do have this thing though, L frame one.
When the whole world is watching.
Oh, perfect. We'll do that. I heard it in comms. Do the plug.
Louder. Oh no, my 600% sound volume thing is gone. I can't turn it up anymore.
There's so much on the line.
So, Alienware
Oh
plug?
shit, servers are up. 15 seconds.
It is important that I make a good impression.
10 seconds. 10 to Aya.
I was going to do everything I could to be more charming and likable.
4, 3, 2, 1. Affecting 2. Move 2. Open mics.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Team Liquid Race World First. My name is Aya, and I am here with Cams. We've got a very exciting tier laid out ahead of us with Manaforge Omega. Are you excited for this race?
Yeah, I'm very excited. The guild has done so far. Things were going well. Whole expansion, Nerebar Palace, and they had to be. Guild played out of their minds leading into that. Because everything I was saying. But I'm pretty excited about this. We've got every word. Blizzard is cooking. The guild is cooking. I had rehearsed dozens of times.
Yeah, I'm so hyped to be here. We've got exciting bosses laid out ahead of us as well.
What?
Of course,
and although they didn't know it,
heroic normal splits done before. We can't get into it.
The guild was counting on me for their success.
Wait, this is sick. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, it kind of felt pretty Nathan Fielder.
There's a specific feeling of excitement and anxiety that you get when you know a race is coming up that is unlike anything else. You wonder if things will go well. Who's going to be there? What color will I be painted? And most importantly, are we going to win? This time was no different.
How long is this?
When I received my email from Team Liquid containing my flight details, I noticed that there was a flex fare.
Right now I'm still in.
Which gave me an idea. Every tier race gets more and more popular, better in quality, and grander in scale. What else could we possibly improve? If time after time we manage to make race better, but all our fears stay exactly the same, then maybe it was time to take
this is pretty high quality though.
Out of the equation. So I left Utah to figure out how.
Like, why? Like, how does production have time to just make an entire movie while we're doing the race? Like, when does this even go down?
I arrived at the Team Liquid office a month early with my film crew, who I hired
splits?
to
Yeah,
document my
probably.
experiments. Since my hotel reservation wasn't also a flex fare, I'd be secretly living in the Alienware training facility, surviving off cans of monsters and pretzels. It was important that I be as discreet as possible. So at night, after all the employees had gone home, I could find a way to guarantee us the win.
Dude.
When I first started my WoW journey, I was able to be a raider for a guild called Limit. The people at home always get to see the glitz and the glamour of the race, the pop-offs, the bricks. But what they don't show you is the endless hours raiders put in to be the best, stuck in dimly lit rooms day in and out. And with something as strenuous as that, tensions can run high. When I was younger, it was easy to focus on my cooldowns, focus on my character, and just let things be.
They did not make this during the race.
But when you learn that whatever you do,
this was made,
or worse,
for a long time. I'm pretty sure, because like they showed some.
Don't do.
What?
Is the difference between world first.
8 months? Oh,
wipe.
yeah. Okay.
It's easy to get stun locked and not want to do anything at all. And at the center of it all were raid leaders like Maximum, commanding the guild
Jesus.
one soak
I
and balls
hate it.
call at a
I
time.
hate everything about me.
This, I thought, might be where my answers were.
Oh wait, yeah, this is not. This is
I
from
felt
last
that in
year.
order to truly understand
Different audio
what it would take
interface.
to lead us to victory,
Oh no. What is happening?
I'd have to truly understand Max.
This is so stupid.
All right, this is Group 2 School.
Why are you DMing US Hockey? Bro, I've never DM'd US Hockey. Hold on. 1 second. Ha! It's someone who got banned on their main account, and they made a thing called US Hockey. So I would open it and think it was US Hockey DMing me. So I would unban them. I mean, that means they really care. That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, lunch is in about 10 minutes. Living as Max for a couple of days. We can just call it early, get in there, get back in here and bang this thing. I felt I was getting the hang of it. All right, this is it, focus. No, why are you doing that? Okay, we can talk about it after. It's okay, it's okay. But still, I knew something critical was missing, which was keeping me from being fully immersed in the experience. Everything you've got. Use everything you've got. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. The rest is the guild. Yes! Since I couldn't afford to pay any actors to help fill in the gaps, I had but one choice: to do it myself. So seat by seat,
So
I recorded myself. As every
This is
single
kind of
player
insane.
in the guild, which would hopefully make my rehearsal as realistic as possible. Do you think we need 2 warlocks on this fight, THD, or do we just need the gateways? That something we can get away with? Warlocks, okay. Yo, mate, check this out. Oh. No, Shaq, not that. Yo, Max, what do we even need you here for? Okay. All right, this is Group 2 cooldowns. 3, stun, interrupt, kick, got it. Fire it up, check this out. Okay, mate. Yeah. Group coming in 3, 2, 1. Okay, good job. Now get over there. It was nice being back in the guild again. The boss over here. All right, good. Okay, everybody get together. This is easy. You just take the ad over there. Plant here. We'll deal with this other thing. It's easy, man. But after weeks of rehearsals, give me the time spiral. It does nothing. Okay, come H. Good job. Now on the skull. Everybody get to skull. And hundreds of runs. Everyone to skull. I felt that the only thing that I was learning was that this was a complete waste of time. Thankfully, there was one thing that I found that could potentially lead to some progress. During one of my runs, I noticed that Max had gotten a message on Discord. It was from somebody who claimed to work at Blizzard, and they were offering to sell a leaked test build of the upcoming Mythic Raid.
Yo, give us that shit. How much? Fuck.
I was torn. This would definitely be cheating. But with all the early intel, we would have a guaranteed edge over every other guild in the world.
Oh god. Fucking kill me.
This was tough. But so far, I hadn't done a single useful thing. Maybe if I fed info to the guild without them knowing how I got it, their hands could stay clean. But could I live with cheating on my conscience? With no other ideas left to try, I figured I'd give it a shot. The man had me meet him in the Activision employee parking lot. The deal went smooth. So I quickly headed back to the office and got to work to see just what intel I could uncover. I was getting nowhere, and everything I had tried had been completely pointless and costly.
Hey, unplug the monitor, bro.
Between the film crew, the costumes, and the leaked build, I was quickly running out of both money and time. Thankfully, I had one last YOLO up my sleeve. I'd have to go to the one man who could solve all of my problems.
Knock, knock.
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for meeting with me.
Yeah, what's up?
So, I've been working on a project for Race.
Yeah.
Kind of filming a documentary. But
yeah, like the one that Damien normally does, right? You just helping him out with that, or?
He's asked me to be on it, but I'm doing kind of my own thing, and I'll be honest, this is a little more expensive than I thought it would be. So
Yeah, I mean, you've done this is with us your 7th race, and I think you did it before Liquid too. So you should have.
Why are you guys saying Bart?
You know, figured that one out. Right?
Well, I know a lot of money goes into it. That's why I'm meeting with you, because I know there's a pretty big budget, and maybe it's there's some wiggle room. So do you think there's a way we could do you think we could fit this into the budget somehow? Just need a little bit of money.
I can buy you like a pack of soda and some popcorn from Costco. That's what I got in the budget.
Okay, that's kind of what I've been living off of, so I've got that covered. We're doing it for the charity, and we're raising money for that, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna be real. We're about 20,000 in the hole right now, and it's gonna be at least another 5 to get out of this. Are you just looking at the budget?
Yeah, no, sorry. I got some stuff I gotta go take care of.
Okay.
You said you need $5,000?
Well, it's gonna be 5,000 more, but I've kind of taken some loans out and stuff, and I thought
5,000 more. Okay.
Yeah, 5,000. But if we could swing the 25,000, because it's for the $25,000 charity goal, so we'll have the money.
No.
That's fucking
$25,000
$25,000 charity goal.
And we'll have the money for the documentary for the goal.
I don't think you know how charities work. Where do you think that money goes when we raise the money for the charity?
To the charity, but we can't raise the money without the goals.
So how are we getting that money back? Cams, look, I love you. Stick to casting. Math is a little rough.
He's just so perfectly deadpan.
With no budget or support from Team Liquid, I knew I'd have to get creative if I wanted to make a difference. So I decided to set my focus on the other side of the race, the broadcast. The race has always been a community competition. There's no governing body, no prize money, no trophy. Even as race has scaled, it's always just been for the bragging rights. For the fans. The viewers are who it's all about. Maybe this is where my efforts should have been all along. If I could become the perfect World of Warcraft caster and capture the hearts of millions of fans for the guild, then no matter what the outcome of the race is, Team Liquid will have still won. Also, I could charge Team Liquid way more money, which would help me get out of this wig hole I had dug. So I needed to figure out what the other casters were doing that I wasn't. And there would be no better caster to learn from than Aya. Aya has been casting for the guild ever since Nyalotha, and is one of the most popular personalities on the roster. Aya is also quite successful as a streamer and content creator outside of the race, which is something I had not much success with. So I'll give that a go, I guess. Yo, hey guys, how's it going?
What?
Just getting ready for the race. Thought I'd throw a quick stream on. Pretty excited. How's everybody doing today?
Dude.
Hey, Effendale. My queen. Makeup, I don't know. I don't like.
Wait, is this actually on her stream?
Need a shave.
Did this happen?
Yeah, I've been liking the patch. I think I need to start getting some gear on my guys. You guys want to like do some delves or something? All right, I think go in here. That's not showing. Hold on. Oh, here we go. How geared is this guy?
Is he actually on her account?
Sports? Yeah, it's coming. That's coming up. You know, skiing. Might go into the mountains. Forgot how interesting my binds are. Thanks, Playful. Slay. No makeup tips today. I mean, just what I always say: powder, shadow. Yeah, I'll have to get one of these raiders to maybe come and show me how to make keybinds. Hopefully the raiders don't go too late, because it's always messing up our sleep all over the place, and you know how I am. Yeah, I was up a little late last night, and I was wooing at a concert, you know? Woo! Get woos in chat. Get that woo train. Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing? Wagwan Bomba Kai Bomba. I think just gonna do that one delve for today. I wanted to get a quick stream in before the race starts, before all the prep's going on. All right, well, thanks everyone tuning in.
Dude.
Everybody have a good day, and make sure to tune into the race this week. It's gonna be great. All right, bye. With a couple streams down, I had actually made a decent chunk of my money back. Oh, thank you for the tier 1. But at this point, I had wasted too much time. People had started arriving, and the real race was about to get underway. I tried to observe their behavior as we went through our pre-production meetings and tech checks. But I still couldn't pinpoint anything that I could use to make myself better than them. Oh, hey.
What's up?
I'm just prepping, feeling a little weird. Not sure about my place here, you know?
Weird.
Yeah. Oh, you know, it's just like you and Jack are so professional. Zyro, Drymos, they're so smart. Kwamazzi Till is so quick. And I'm just kind of like this old raider guy. Yeah, just trying to find my place.
I feel like you have. I feel like, I don't know, like last year, I thought you did really well.
Yeah, but I want to like up it every tier. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to cover all bases.
Okay. Anything like in particular?
No, just like taking notes, making sure no base is uncovered.
Okay. I mean, if there's anything specific, like in rehearsal you want to work on, we could do something like that.
In rehearsals?
You good?
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Affecting 2. Move 2. Open mics.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Team Liquid Race World First. My name is Aya, and I am here with Cams. Are you excited for this race?
I'm pretty excited about this. We've got midnight on the horizon. Blizzard is cooking. The guild is cooking. I'm hyped to be here.
Yeah, I'm so hyped to be here. We've got exciting bosses laid out ahead of us as well. Of course, what class have you been playing this expansion?
I've been playing my mage.
Your
a lot of
mage.
mage. They got unleashed after Rune of Power was removed.
You're gonna know you have a lot of alts, huh?
Yeah, I'm what I'm coining an omniclasser.
Omniclasser.
Yes.
That's a new one. I might be stealing that. Do you think we'll see Og Evoker this race?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about Og, no.
Aren't you playing Og?
No, I can play Og.
You can
As
play Og.
part of the omniclasser toolkit.
Of course.
Og comes along with it.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be looking to be an exciting race so far. Let us know in chat. How do you feel like gearing this time around is for this raid? What are some of the other ways that these players can kind of power up their character?
Yeah, we got the delves. They won't do much of them, but you know what? Can I confess something to you, Aya?
Yeah.
You know, at the guild, they're going for the three-peat this time, and I just really want the guild to win and want to do everything I can to help the guild out. So I went looking around and I found some PTR build, someone who would sell me a PTR build of the upcoming raid, and I got it.
What?
It turned out to just be a virus, so everything's fine. It didn't actually impact the race at all, but I feel really bad about it. I kind of don't like who I was in the moments leading up to that. I've just been living here.
This
off
is
the
so
chips and the
dumb. Why is
monsters
he
and
even
stuff,
bringing
and
it
it's just getting to my head. The pressure of the broadcast, and I feel really bad, and I'm really sorry, and I just had to get that off my chest. Yeah.
Dude.
Okay, thank you for telling me, but Cam's...
Dude.
What are you talking about, buying some PTR build? This is to help the Raiders win. This is bigger than you. You're not even involved. You should just be part of a production. Why are you even thinking about how you can help them? I don't know why you have to think you need to get involved. You're not a part of this. Is this some sort of thing to pretend that you got a world first when you didn't? Is this to pretend you're part of the raid team when you're not? What were you thinking? Were you even considering what could happen if something went wrong? You said a virus. What does that mean? Are the computers okay? Is Echo getting strats from us? What's going to happen here? You really fucked this up, Cams. You're just an awful person. This is terrible. This is disgusting. I just think you're a really good person.
You think I'm like a World of Warcraft or?
No, just in general. I think you're just a really good person, Aya.
Thank you. That's nice of you to say, Cams. Thanks. Anyways, thanks so much to our sponsors for the Team Liquid Race World First. Exciting bosses laid out ahead of us as well.
Oh, dude. Why is this not like a YouTube video? How can I watch the whole thing? As far as I know, it's just what played after the credits after the race was over. And that's it. It's not over? How? How can it not be over? What the fuck?
Dude. Guys. Is this...
That's pretty funny.
Dude, I didn't do anything.
Shout out Hopeful. That's so good. That's so good. I feel like you'd probably have to watch the race and watch the Team Liquid channel to like appreciate that, right? This isn't something that would like get 1 million views on YouTube probably because there's just so many people that would not even know what it's referencing. But like if you do know what it's referencing, that's like fucking insanely good. Like just as good as it could possibly be. But it being on YouTube would go crazy. They should do that for sure. I don't even know what channel, but somebody. What timestamp did it start at?
But I use that make race better.
Oh shit, servers are up.
Here you go. Okay, that isn't working. I'm trying to copy it. There we go. We'll relook at the class tier list another day. Is there a way I can watch when we won? Oh, I actually haven't seen that. I want to see the reaction of the caster reaction to the secret phase.
Times people like to do deep damage and not do mechanics.
Is this the pull we killed it?
So on both sides only have 2 left. Being resolved now. 1 is resolved. 2, good constellation roll here. As long as memory game's on the other side properly, we should be seeing a push through this first section here, Zyro.
At this point, the only thing I'm worried about is the Dark Constellation patterns. Some of them are really difficult. The RNG of them can be difficult. It's the overlaps of the constellations with the mechanics. As long as they are able to deal with the constellations, everything else falls into place. Sub 30 on the first Dark Archangel is fantastic. The DPS slows a little bit here. We want to see sub 17 we know is possible for them to get their maximal damage for P4. Let's keep an eye on that when we get there. For the time being,
Look at production called P4 Easter Lura.
Light siphons. That was a very nice pattern that they just got. Right side.
Wait, I want to see chat.
Doing the memory game as well. They're already done on that side. About to swap those mechanics over for 1 more set before we get that second cast settles.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of where you make determinations as to whether or not you're going to be pressing or holding some of your cooldowns. Yeah, and you're looking at the boss's HP to try to audible some of your cooldowns, kind of like you called out Zyro earlier. Are you going to be holding or sending the true shot?
Oh,
the boss,
5.
oh my god,
and the cast has started.
Dude, the boss is so unbelievably low.
They don't need to press anything
okay,
here.
Here's the thing. We got to lock in. You still have to push the boss all the way to 0% HP, and you're going into the final phase. The unfortunate reality is even though they're blowing past the damage check here, it doesn't make the last phase that much easier.
Right.
In reality, the only thing it's going to allow you to do is maybe save 1 or potentially even 2 offensive cooldowns for that final phase.
5.
Making that damage check a bit easier. They can still wipe here. This memory game is tough. The Dark Constellation is free. It was literally free. It was all the way in the old puddle. They complete the constellation or they complete the memory game in basically no time. Now the right-hand side, they have to complete the memory game, but the left-hand side was so free.
Last set of light siphon soaks coming out here too. Also a really good constellation roll. We're gonna have 2 more soaks left here being taken care of by that left side. Memory game being resolved on the right.
Lost 1. That's okay.
There. We should have.
We have res.
Okay, we have a res available. 2 tier soak going on here as well.
We're good.
Get just in time. Good constellation. We got the last soak done.
Okay, we're good. We're in. All right, last phase, 20 alive.
Push.
And we're going to have a res.
Right when the Archangel cast begins. We're fine.
And a res will come up.
Yeah, we are through.
That was a super easy push, and every cooldown was able to be saved there. They have every button available. All that stands between Liquid right now and the world first kill is literally 3 Shatterspires, and 3 Heaven and Hells. All they have to do is keep all 20 alive.
Dude, my favorite thing is the ASCIIs.
Liquid, earlier in the day, they swapped off.
When people spam the ASCIIs, but like your chat isn't wide enough, so it just like does this, but you can still like see who it is. It's so good.
Off of a Blood Death Knight onto a Guardian Druid for more DPS. The DPS check in this phase is fairly real. You need to move for the Star Splinters. You're standing in this Light Crystal, and one of the tanks is hammering these Shaws that run at players. At the same time, some of the tanks are going to try to soak the Shaws. You press your Stampeding Roar, and you run as a 20 stack here. Liquid was able to keep all 20 members of their raid alive, and the boss is at 60%.
Look at the boss's health here, sub 60% here, Zyro.
This is perfect. Great movement for that second star. Second Heaven and Hell coming out here. We're already moving. Get that beam way behind us. This is what the second roar is for. That beam is nowhere in sight. Now we need to find a good spot to plant for the final set of Star Shatters while the tanks stand in front and block the Shawlings from hitting the players.
Resolve these stars, and this boss might die. 1 fires, 2 fires, number 3 fires. The boss is sub 25% already.
80 energy. Last Heaven and Hell. It comes down to this. Can we keep all 20 alive? Do we have the damage check here? It's not over when the boss hits 100 energy. Remember, there's still that midnight cast. Do the damage, Liquid.
Just
one cast on the boss.
Resolve these stars. Don't leave the raid. 3%. Midnight's going to fucking did it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, they're popping off. I want to see the casters though. I know what we did.
First for the 4th year in a row.
Oh my gosh. Midnight has fallen. We've taken
That's good casting. I feel like that was pretty good.
73 pulls. The hardest boss of all time has fallen. Liquid have done it. A phase 4. They thought that yesterday was kill day. They thought they were going to bed. The losers with Echo claiming it. But they showed up today. They swapped to the Guardian Druid, and they have claimed world first for the 4th time in a row.
Wow. Oh my goodness, brother, that was the cleanest phase 3. That push was.
Someone said Team Liquid MMO had a good one. Let's see. I don't know why that just came up, but is it a clip? Is it a short? Oh, Liquid Guild reacts to the secret phase.
Press 3, 2, press.
Everything, immunities.
Immunities in 3, 2, 1, now.
Let's fucking go.
Please, please, please.
Come on.
Wait,
no.
This
cannot be. Let's fucking go.
Dude, this cannot be is so funny.
This cannot be.
This cannot be.
This cannot be. Secret phase, no. There's just no way. No.
Dude, this is the best part. Lip popping off into relocking in is just an insane clip. Look at this. Look at this. Immediately back in. That's not edited at all. That's exactly what happened in real time. What do you fucking mean?
Mr. Bubble! Where's the achievement? Wait, what happened? Oh my god! Wait, what happens? Let's go! What's going on? Did they win? What happened? No way! They're stunned! Look at this! Half the rain is stunned! Dark Knight games, they have a lantern set. They're gathering in it. What is happening? What happened? Look, there's shawlings. There's shawlings. There's star splinters. What
don't even see. Wait, what?
I mean, yeah, this is like fucking insane. I mean, this is probably the most exciting moment in the history of the Raced World First. Just straight up. There's no moment that was more crazy than this. It's more hype than any win that's ever existed. This cannot be. Yeah, I hadn't seen a few of those. It's so funny because that's the actual RP in the game. Yeah, it's the this cannot be is what the boss says. But this went very far and wide. A lot of non-WoW players saw this clip. And no one knows that. And it just sounds like someone is unironically saying, this cannot be, like in like 2026, which sounds like some like Shakespeare shit. You guys said there was an echo reaction to the secret phase? What even? I haven't. Where do I see that? I haven't seen that at all. Is it because like is it them looking at it on their monitors? It's a highlight. Oh, I mean, that's easy to find. Echo Esports highlight. Their YouTube has highlight videos of each day. Oh, it's not a Twitch highlight. I mean, that makes sense. Twitch highlights are like a complete meme. Or maybe it is. Maybe they do have highlights? It was a clip? Or was it a highlight? Which one? Lure a secret phase? Isn't that going to be them going to the secret phase? Like, I thought you were saying there was a reaction of Echo, like, seeing us get there. I don't care about them seeing it for the first time. That they have already seen it by then. It's a clip. All right, well, I'm looking. I think Scripe's channel has it. Okay.
I don't know what method is there.
See. Wait, he didn't clip. He didn't know they lost 2 hours ago.
Wait, holy fuck! I just checked the news. We lost like 2 hours ago. What the heck?
Wait, what?
There's no shot, bro.
You didn't know, bro?
That's pretty fucking insane. I love that. I love the checked outness of that. Because, like, what we actually want is for people to not know about our competition because it makes them play worse when they have a good pull. It's, like, proven. He's trolling. I mean, I could see it not being trolling. Like, I go out of my way to make sure I never know how low Echo is when I think that they could kill it, ever.
I mean, I saw something rated at some point. I mean, I fucking blocked that. I don't watch that shit. I was doing pulls. Did we at least have our low wipes before it, like the Vinicius though?
Yeah.
Hell yeah! That feels so good.
Not the lowest one, but the 4. I think we had the 4.
So
I don't
not,
know what method.
So not that. Clips don't work. Can you DM the clip to me, I guess? Because that would work. Yeah, clips. I mean, you're linking a clip in chat, but no one else is seeing it. I don't have clips like enabled. A mod can link it, or you can DM it to me, and then I can pull it up. Max, the clip is on Radar.io Twitter profile of casters reacting. Oh, okay. Sure. Radar.io. Production and staff at Team Liquid react to the world first kill. Oh, I haven't seen this. This isn't exactly what I asked for, though.
It's literally 3 Shatterspires and 3 Heaven and Hells.
Oh, wait, no, I did watch this because we reacted to them pointing at each other, and I found that to be really cool. Okay, it's not that. Wait, behind the scenes. Oop, wipe, liquid 15%, 1 dead, res 10%, 5, 2, dead. Secret phase, no dead. Oh wait, our behind the scenes peak of production and casters reacting to the secret phase reveal.
He lost his surge, though. That's a big portion of the damage. He lost his clutch as well. Is that going to be the difference maker here? We will find out shortly, as they still have 20 players left alive. Done with the first set of mechanics. Second mechanics coming out. Right side dealing with the marks. He's lost the arc, but we still have the battle res. Did he pop the true shot? Did he lose the true shot? We'll find out in a moment. Once again, 20 players alive as we head to the final Dark Archangel cast of the fight. Knocked back here into the crystals just to stay alive. We can live through this AoE for just a moment when the slam comes down. 1%! Can the boss go down? Doesn't it?
Where's the bubble?
Is there
Where's the bubble?
Where's the achievement?
Wait, what happened? Oh my god! Wait, what happens?
Let's go! What's going on?
I've already seen this. I wanted to see. This is the echo. I wanted to see the echo casters.
No.
That's what this we were all talking about. Why would I want to see another POV of the casters that I've already seen?
Look, they're shovels. The shovels are so citrus. What are we even saying?
There's actually no way. There is no way. We have been shut. Okay, we have been shut off. And this is important as well. It's bedtime for Echo. The second they see there's something after this, they know this is probably not dying tonight. Liquid is holding as much information as they can right now. Hopefully.
Oh my god.
There's a secret phase.
Guys.
It's on Echo's YouTube. Oh, I don't want to fucking get this shit on my. How can I go to someone's YouTube without it ever showing up on my algorithm? Can you like remove? Can you like edit your algorithm? Incognito, change accounts. Oh god. Okay. Let's see. Which video is it? Is it a short?
A secret mythic phase. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, do you think it's going to come down to that kind of crunch moment? Because you do have the ever-encroaching, you know, mid... Oh, wow, those glaives were really nerfed. Look how slow that is.
What? 2 minutes and 21 seconds, someone says. Okay.
As always, go. I need you to stop.
Yeah. Oh, they both just found out about the secret phase, and he's reading off some like donos or something, and they're like, "Bro, fucking, let's hold on a second here."
Thank you so much for the donation. Incredible. Thank you. We have just had confirmation that there is a mythic phase.
No,
production has just told us there is a mythic phase, fully confirmed. There is a mythic phase. Our production is telling us they watched it, which I assume means that Liquid got in to the mythic phase.
They reached and some secret phase.
There's a secret phase.
There's a secret phase.
No way.
Yeah, there's a secret phase.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're so
what
back.
the fuck?
Oh,
wait.
It might be dead, though. What is that? What?
Really?
There's a secret phase.
What the fuck, bro?
This is what I wanted to see.
Oh, wait.
What did that guy say? Did that guy say we were fucked?
We're so back.
What the fuck?
Oh, wait.
It might be dead, though. What is that? What?
Really?
There's a secret phase.
What the fuck, bro?
Oh, he said we are so back. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Dude, us seeing the secret phase was so deflating, and I feel like for them, after thinking about it, it's got to be like, thank fucking God, because I mean, they would have lost if there wasn't one, right? Someone said it was good for Echo. I mean, of course, yeah. Like the race massively swung in their favor with there being a secret phase. They absolutely should have won. It just became the worst timing situation of all time. We got there, and unless we could kill it before going to bed, we were going to lose. But then somehow we didn't lose. Is that it?
I'm leaving on Wednesday at the latest. Probably on Tuesday. I'm going to be on. I think the hotel's only booked till Tuesday anyway.
I want to see my dog. My wife's remarried. Well, but what about the dog? There's a guy living in my house.
Yeah, children just there like, how long does it take to get milk? I'm so confused.
My kids don't recognize. I keep video calling them. They think I'm a tax collector.
Yeah. Hello, it's the IRS.
Like, stop calling this number, you crazy bald man.
Oh,
All right, how do I like dislike the video just so it like the YouTube isn't like feeding me this shit on my, but does that like hurt? I mean, it's not like meant bad. I mean, I liked it. It's just like, just delete it from your history. Okay. Yeah, that seems easy enough. Easy shit. All right, I'm gonna go pick up my dogs. I've seen them most of the race. My girlfriend went to Hawaii with her family last Friday, and she comes home in 2 days. But until then, I was like still going home at night and was able to see my dogs and stuff. But I haven't seen my dogs in like since Friday, so. Actually, I live a couple hours away. No, I live 10 minutes from here. Yeah, so I'm out of here.